Before we begin, let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. There is something unsettling about the fact that we are gathering here across different places and moments to discuss what Howard Phillips Lovecraft called the oldest and strongest emotion of mankind, the fear of the unknown. We are about to examine not merely stories, but a systematic documentation of humanity's encounter with knowledge that destroys the knower. This is not entertainment we pursue, but investigation into why certain ideas, once encountered, cannot be unthought. What Lovecraft created between 1917 and 1937 was not simply weird fiction, but a philosophical framework for cosmic terror that has proven remarkably persistent. His hidden worlds, Erlia beneath the Pacific, the plateau of Leng in Dreamlands, the blasphemous city of Irem in Arabia's empty quarter, function as more than fantasy settings. They represent psychological territories where human consciousness confronts its own limitations. Consider this carefully. We are examining texts that systematically document the failure of human categories of thought when confronted with genuine otherness. Over the next hour, we will trace the development of Lovecraft's vision from its origins in New England antiquarianism to its current status as a cultural mythology that shapes how we think about knowledge, madness, and cosmic insignificance. We will examine how fictional archaeology became real philosophy, how invented books achieved the status of genuine grimoires, and why academic scholars now treat pulp horror stories as serious commentaries on the human condition. The investigation begins with a question that haunts all who study these materials. What happens when the boundaries between scholarship and obsession dissolve completely? Howard Phillips Lovecraft came of age in a world where the very foundations of human understanding were crumbling beneath the weight of new knowledge. Born in 1890 into a Providence, Rhode Island, that bore the architectural scars of colonial decline, he inhabited a landscape where Georgian mansions rotted alongside federal period churches, their decay visible testimony to civilizations that had risen and fallen within living memory. His childhood home on Angel Street stood surrounded by evidence of impermanence, not the romantic ruins beloved by earlier generations, but the prosaic dissolution of a culture that had seemed permanent to those who built it. The young Lovecraft absorbed this lesson in temporal fragility through direct observation, watching his own family's social standing erode alongside their financial resources. This was not abstract philosophical instruction about the transience of human achievement, but lived experience of how quickly the solid becomes spectral. The Gothic revival mansions of his youth, already showing signs of abandonment by the 1900s, would later provide the architectural vocabulary for his fictional horrors. We must recognize how profoundly this environment of visible decay shaped his understanding of civilization as fundamentally precarious, always balanced on the edge of dissolution. The intellectual climate of Lovecraft's formative years presented him with revelations that systematically undermined traditional sources of meaning and stability. Charles Darwin's theories had demolished the comfortable notion of human specialness, revealing humanity as one evolutionary experiment among many, distinguished only by recent emergence and dubious prospects for survival. Geological discoveries pushed the age of the Earth back millions, then billions of years, dwarfing human history into insignificance. Archaeological excavations at Troy, Knossos, and Egypt revealed civilizations of sophistication and antiquity that challenged Western assumptions about cultural progress and the uniqueness of classical inheritance. Meanwhile, the emerging field of anthropology documented human societies organized around principles that seemed to mock Western rationality and moral certainty. These were not merely academic discoveries for Lovecraft, but existential revelations that demanded psychological accommodation. His correspondence reveals a mind grappling with the implications of deep time and cosmic scale, seeking to transform philosophical vertigo into artistic vision. The cosmic indifferentism that would characterize his mature work emerged directly from this confrontation with scientific materialism taken to its logical extreme. Consider this carefully. Lovecraft's family history provided him with an intimate understanding of how individual consciousness could be corrupted from within. His father, Winfield Scott Lovecraft, died in Butler Hospital in 1898 after what family records diplomatically termed a nervous breakdown, though recent scholarship suggests untreated syphilis with accompanying mental deterioration. His mother, Sarah Susan Phillips Lovecraft, spent her final years in the same institution, her grip on reality gradually loosening until she could no longer distinguish between her fears and external circumstances. These were not distant clinical cases for young Howard, but the defining traumas of his adolescence. Watching rational human beings become strangers to themselves, their personalities dissolving under pressures that remained largely invisible to outside observers. The horror of madness in Lovecraft's fiction carries the authority of intimate observation. He had witnessed the process by which familiar minds become alien territories. His letters from this period reveal a young man acutely aware of his own psychological fragility, conscious that the same hereditary weaknesses might manifest in his own consciousness. This personal knowledge of mental dissolution would later inform his literary treatment of characters who lose their sanity not through external assault, but through confrontation with realities their minds cannot accommodate. The literary influences that shaped Lovecraft's artistic development came primarily from writers who had themselves grappled with the implications of cosmic insignificance and the fragility of human consciousness. Edgar Allan Poe provided the template for psychological horror rooted in rationalist inquiry gone wrong, demonstrating how methodical investigation could lead to revelations that destroyed the investigator. Algernon Blackwood's supernatural tales suggested that nature itself might be fundamentally hostile to human consciousness, containing forces that predated and would outlast human civilization. Arthur Machen's stories of ancient Welsh horrors showed how pre-Christian realities might persist beneath the surface of modern life, erupting occasionally to remind human beings of their peripheral status in older cosmic arrangements. Lord Dunsany's dream fantasies offered a model for constructing entire mythologies from scratch, creating gods and geographies that felt ancient despite their recent invention. These influences converged in Lovecraft's imagination to create a distinctive approach to cosmic horror, not the Victorian ghost stories concerned with individual moral transgression, but a systematic exploration of humanity's insignificance in an indifferent universe. His correspondence with other weird fiction writers, particularly Robert E. Howard and Clark Ashton Smith, reveals the conscious development of shared mythological frameworks designed to suggest genuine antiquity through careful cross-reference and mutual authentication. Lovecraft's deliberate construction of what he called an artificial mythology represented a sophisticated response to the perceived inadequacy of existing religious and philosophical systems to address modern existential conditions. The traditional Gothic relied on Christian cosmology for its moral framework, positing supernatural forces that operated within recognizable systems of reward and punishment. Lovecraft recognized that such frameworks had lost their cultural authority, leaving writers of weird fiction without an adequate metaphysical foundation for their explorations of cosmic terror. His solution involved creating mythological systems that reflected scientific materialism while retaining the emotional impact of religious revelation, gods that embodied natural forces rather than moral principles, ancient civilizations that demonstrated the cyclical nature of rise and decline, forbidden books that contained genuine knowledge rather than mere superstition. This was not escapist fantasy construction, but serious mythology making intended to provide adequate symbols for confronting modern cosmic anxiety. The recurring elements of his fiction, the Necronomicon, Miskatonic University, the town of Arkham, function as a kind of secular scripture, offering readers a coherent framework for understanding their place in an indifferent cosmos. We must pause here to recognize the ambitious nature of this project. Lovecraft was attempting to create cultural mythology adequate to the psychological needs of a scientific age. The transformation of personal trauma and philosophical anxiety into systematic literary exploration reveals something profound about the relationship between individual psychology and cultural mythology. Lovecraft's childhood experiences of familial decay and social isolation might have produced nothing more than personal neurosis, but his encounter with the intellectual climate of the early 20th century provided him with a framework for understanding these experiences as representative rather than merely personal. His sense of cosmic insignificance resonated with scientific discoveries that seemed to confirm humanity's peripheral status in the universe. His observation of mental dissolution aligned with psychological theories that questioned the coherence and permanence of individual consciousness. His awareness of civilizational fragility corresponded to anthropological evidence of cultural rise and decline throughout human history. This convergence of personal experience and intellectual context created the conditions for artistic work that transcended autobiography to become cultural diagnosis. The hidden worlds of Lovecraft's fiction function simultaneously as personal psychological landscapes and as symbolic territories where readers can confront their own existential anxieties. This dual nature explains the persistent appeal of his mythology. It offers both the intimacy of confessional literature and the authority of philosophical investigation, providing readers with symbols adequate to their own confrontation with cosmic meaninglessness. The intellectual foundations of Lovecraft's cosmic horror rest upon centuries of Western engagement with the possibility that reality contains layers of truth too dangerous for ordinary human consciousness to accommodate. The ancient mystery religions of the Mediterranean world established the fundamental template for this concern, organizing elaborate initiation processes designed to reveal knowledge that could not be safely transmitted to uninitiated minds. The Eleusinian mysteries of ancient Greece promised initiates direct experience of divine truth, but only after careful psychological preparation and ritualized approaches to revelation that recognized the potentially destructive nature of ultimate knowledge. Gnostic traditions developed this theme further, positing that material reality itself constituted a kind of cosmic deception maintained by forces that preferred human ignorance to human enlightenment. These religious systems shared a crucial insight that would later inform Lovecraft's literary methodology. Certain truths require gradual revelation because immediate exposure destroys the capacity for rational thought. The mystery religions understood that knowledge and madness occupied adjacent territories, separated only by the psychological preparation of the seeker. Lovecraft's scholarly protagonists repeatedly discover this ancient wisdom through direct experience, finding that their methodical investigations lead inevitably to revelations that shatter their ability to function within conventional reality. The fictional archaeologists and linguists of his stories follow paths first mapped by ancient mystery cults, pursuing knowledge that transforms the knower in ways that make return to ordinary consciousness impossible. The Romantic movement's fascination with ruins, sublime terror, and lost civilizations provided Lovecraft with crucial aesthetic and philosophical vocabulary for expressing cosmic horror in literary form. Writers like Percy Bysshe Shelley and Samuel Taylor Coleridge had developed techniques for evoking the sublime, that aesthetic category where beauty becomes so overwhelming that it produces terror rather than pleasure. Their explorations of Gothic architecture and ancient landscapes establish precedents for finding existential significance in physical decay and temporal distance. Edmund Burke's analysis of the sublime identified specific qualities that produce this psychological effect: vastness of scale, infinite extension, difficult or dangerous access, and the suggestion of power beyond human comprehension. These formal characteristics would later define Lovecraft's approach to describing his fictional ancient cities and cosmic entities. The Romantic poets also pioneered literary techniques for suggesting realities that exceeded the capacity of ordinary language to describe, developing strategies of indirection and negative capability that acknowledged the inadequacy of positive description when confronting the genuinely ineffable. Consider this carefully. Lovecraft inherited from Romanticism not merely an aesthetic of atmospheric decay, but sophisticated formal methods for representing experiences that transcend normal categories of thought. His descriptions of non-Euclidean geometry and impossible architecture directly deploy Romantic techniques for evoking the mathematical sublime, while his treatment of ancient ruins builds upon established associations between architectural decay and philosophical meditation on temporal insignificance. The explosion of archaeological discovery during the 19th century fundamentally altered Western understanding of human antiquity and cultural development, providing Lovecraft with scientific validation for his artistic intuitions about cyclical civilization and the precariousness of cultural achievement. Heinrich Schliemann's excavations at Troy, beginning in 1871, demonstrated that literary accounts of ancient civilizations might preserve genuine historical memory, blurring comfortable distinctions between mythology and factual record. Sir Arthur Evans's work at Knossos revealed Minoan civilization's sophisticated artistic and technological achievements, while also documenting its mysterious disappearance from historical consciousness. Egyptian archaeology uncovered evidence of cultural continuity spanning thousands of years, yet also revealed periods of collapse and revival that suggested even apparently stable civilizations faced recurring cycles of decline and renewal. These discoveries created popular fascination with lost civilizations that had achieved heights of knowledge and power before vanishing from historical memory, leaving only fragmentary traces of their existence. Lovecraft absorbed these archaeological revelations as confirmation of his artistic vision of human civilization as fundamentally temporary, always subject to forces beyond its control or comprehension. His fictional ancient cities, R'lyeh, Kadath, Iram, function as logical extensions of actual archaeological discoveries, representing civilizations so thoroughly lost that their very existence challenges human assumptions about cultural permanence. The scientific authority of archaeology provided credibility for literary speculations about what other civilizations might have existed beyond current knowledge, what knowledge they might have possessed, and what forces might have been responsible for their disappearance. 19th century developments in anthropological theory provided Lovecraft with conceptual frameworks for understanding human consciousness as culturally constructed rather than universally constant, opening theoretical space for genuinely alien forms of awareness that might operate according to principles incomprehensible to Western rational thought. Edward Burnett Tyler's concept of primitive mentality suggested that different cultures might organize experience according to fundamentally different logical principles, while James George Fraser's comparative mythology demonstrated structural similarities between religious systems separated by vast geographical and temporal distances. These anthropological insights implied that human consciousness itself might be more malleable and historically conditioned than previously assumed, raising possibilities that other forms of rational organization might exist beyond current human experience. Carl Jung's early work on collective, unconscious, and archetypal patterns suggested that individual psychology might be shaped by inherited memory traces from humanity's prehistoric past, providing theoretical justification for Lovecraft's literary treatment of ancestral knowledge that manifests in contemporary consciousness without rational explanation. The anthropological documentation of religious practices involving altered states of consciousness, direct communication with non-human entities, and systematically cultivated madness offered scientific precedent for fictional explorations of psychological boundary dissolution. Lovecraft's scholarly protagonists frequently discover that their academic training in anthropology and comparative religion provides inadequate preparation for direct encounter with the phenomena they have studied abstractly. We must recognize how profoundly these anthropological theories shaped his understanding of consciousness as contingent and potentially transformable through contact with genuinely alien forms of organization. The philosophical pessimism of Arthur Schopenhauer and the cultural criticism of Friedrich Nietzsche provided Lovecraft with intellectual frameworks for understanding cosmic indifference as the fundamental condition of human existence, rather than a temporary problem requiring philosophical solution. Schopenhauer's analysis of will as blind, irrational force driving all natural processes offered theoretical foundation for Lovecraft's treatment of cosmic entities as embodiments of natural principles rather than supernatural interventions in natural order. The Schopenhauerian insight that rational consciousness represents a thin veneer over fundamentally irrational drives informed Lovecraft's literary exploration of how quickly civilized behavior dissolves when confronted with realities that exceed rational comprehension. Nietzsche's declaration that God is dead and his analysis of nihilism as the inevitable consequence of scientific materialism provided philosophical validation for Lovecraft's artistic vision of universe without inherent meaning or moral structure. The Nietzschean concept of eternal recurrence, the possibility that all events repeat endlessly without progress or ultimate resolution, appears throughout Lovecraft's fiction as cyclical return of ancient forces that periodically reassert dominance over human civilization. These philosophical influences converged in Lovecraft's imagination to produce literary works that functioned simultaneously as entertainment and as serious philosophical investigation into the implications of materialist metaphysics for human consciousness and cultural organization. His fictional explorations of cosmic horror represent systematic attempts to imagine what human existence might feel like when stripped of traditional sources of meaning and confronted with evidence of genuine cosmic indifference. The early 20th century intellectual climate intensified existing anxieties about civilizational fragility through direct experience of cultural breakdown during World War I and its aftermath, providing historical validation for philosophical speculations about the precariousness of human achievement and the proximity of barbarism to civilization. The unprecedented scale of industrial warfare demonstrated how quickly technological progress could be turned toward destruction, while the breakdown of traditional social hierarchies revealed the contingent nature of cultural institutions that had seemed permanently established. Oswald Spengler's Decline of the West provided systematic theoretical framework for understanding Western civilization as following predictable patterns of rise and decay, suggesting that contemporary culture might be approaching inevitable decline rather than continued progress toward greater rationality and material prosperity. These historical developments created intellectual conditions where Lovecraft's artistic vision of cosmic horror could be received as serious cultural diagnosis rather than mere fantasy entertainment, offering readers symbolic vocabulary for understanding their own experience of living through civilizational crisis. His mature fiction emerged during the 1920s and 1930s, precisely the period when Western confidence in progress and rationality faced its most severe historical challenges since the Enlightenment. The hidden worlds of his fiction function as alternative historical narratives that suggest current civilization represents merely one temporary arrangement among many possible forms of cultural organization, all subject to forces beyond human control or comprehension. The linguistic architecture of Lovecraft's fictional universe operates according to principles that deliberately violate conventional relationships between language and meaning, creating terminology that suggests knowledge beyond the capacity of human vocal apparatus to pronounce or human consciousness to fully comprehend. His invented names, Cthulhu, Nyarlathotep, Azathoth, Yog-Sothoth, resist comfortable assimilation into English phonetic patterns, requiring readers to encounter sounds that feel genuinely foreign rather than merely exotic. This linguistic alienation serves a specific psychological function. It forces recognition that certain realities might exceed not only human understanding, but human capacity for linguistic representation. The unpronounceable nature of these names reflects a deeper philosophical insight about the relationship between consciousness and reality, that human language, evolved for terrestrial social communication, might prove fundamentally inadequate when confronted with cosmic phenomena operating according to different organizational principles. Lovecraft's correspondence reveals his conscious deployment of what he called verbal alienage, the systematic creation of terminology that suggests meanings beyond current linguistic capacity to encode. Consider this carefully. The difficulty of pronouncing these names becomes part of their meaning, embodying the concept that certain knowledge resists comfortable incorporation into familiar categories of thought. The reader's struggle with pronunciation mirrors the fictional character's struggle with comprehension, creating direct experiential engagement with the theme of cognitive limitation when confronting genuine otherness. The psychology of forbidden books in Lovecraft's mythology reveals sophisticated understanding of how textual authority operates in scholarly culture, and how the promise of hidden knowledge exercises compulsive attraction even when such knowledge threatens the seeker's psychological stability. The Necronomicon functions not merely as plot device, but as symbol of the academic unconscious, representing the fantasy of total knowledge that drives scholarly investigation beyond rational boundaries. Its fictional author, the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred, embodies the archetype of the scholar who pursues knowledge to the point of psychological destruction, serving as cautionary example while simultaneously representing the ultimate achievement of intellectual courage. The book's supposed contents, systematic documentation of cosmic forces and their terrestrial manifestations, promise precisely the kind of comprehensive understanding that motivates genuine academic research, while its legendary effects on readers suggest that certain truths might be psychologically unassimilable. Other fictional texts in Lovecraft's mythology, Cultus de Ghoul, Unersprechlichen Kulten, De Vermis Mysteris, extend this exploration of dangerous scholarship by providing apparent historical documentation for systems of knowledge that predate and transcend contemporary academic disciplines. These invented books achieve their psychological effect through careful deployment of authentic scholarly apparatus, detailed bibliographic information, cross-references between texts, citations of historical authorities, and systematic organization of complex material. The fictional scholarship appears more thorough and methodical than much actual academic work, creating cognitive dissonance that enhances the book's apparent authority while simultaneously suggesting the inadequacy of conventional scholarly methods for addressing ultimate questions about reality's fundamental nature. Lovecraft's geographical mystification transforms familiar New England locations into palimpsests of hidden history, suggesting that ordinary landscapes conceal evidence of civilizations and events that challenge fundamental assumptions about cultural development and temporal sequence. The fictional towns of Arkham, Kingsport, and Dunwich occupy specific locations on recognizable maps, yet their histories contain elements that exceed documented regional development, creating uncanny doubling between familiar and impossible. Arkham's Miskatonic University represents this geographic strategy in concentrated form, functioning simultaneously as plausible New England academic institution and as repository for knowledge that no actual university would dare to collect or preserve. The town's architecture combines authentic colonial and federal period elements with structures that suggest influences from unknown cultural traditions, creating visual environment where rational historical explanation becomes insufficient to account for observed phenomena. Kingsport's ancient cliffs and pre-colonial foundations hint at human habitation, extending far beyond accepted chronologies for North American settlement, while Dunwich's isolated hills conceal evidence of agricultural practices and religious observances that predate European contact, yet persist into the contemporary period. This geographical technique allows Lovecraft to suggest that hidden history surrounds ordinary experience, accessible to careful investigation, yet invisible to casual observation. The familiar becomes uncanny through accumulation of details that resist comfortable incorporation into standard historical narratives, forcing recognition that conventional understanding of place and time might be systematically incomplete rather than merely imperfect. The architectural symbolism of non-Euclidean geometry in Lovecraft's fiction represents sophisticated deployment of mathematical concepts to embody philosophical insights about the relationship between rational thought and cosmic reality, suggesting that space itself might be organized according to principles that violate fundamental assumptions underlying human logic and perception. The ancient city of Valusia, with its abnormal, non-Euclidean, and loathsomely redolent of spheres and dimensions apart from ours, functions as architectural embodiment of cognitive impossibility, challenging observers' capacity to maintain coherent spatial orientation while navigating its passages and chambers. This mathematical impossibility serves specific literary purposes. It provides concrete representation for abstract philosophical concepts about reality's potential resistance to rational comprehension, while creating direct experiential engagement with cognitive limitation through architectural encounter. The geometric violations of Valusia's structure force recognition that human spatial intuition, evolved for terrestrial navigation, might prove inadequate when confronting environments organized according to different geometric principles. Lovecraft's treatment of impossible architecture draws upon contemporary developments in mathematics that had revealed the contingent nature of Euclidean geometry, demonstrating that alternative systems of spatial organization were not only conceivable, but mathematically consistent. His fictional ancient builders possessed geometric knowledge that enabled construction according to spatial principles unknown to human engineering, suggesting technological sophistication that transcended rather than merely exceeded current human capabilities. We must pause here to recognize how this architectural symbolism functions. It transforms abstract mathematical insights into concrete psychological experience, allowing readers to encounter, through imagination, what would otherwise remain purely theoretical speculation about the relationship between consciousness and spatial reality. The semiotics of ancient symbols and hieroglyphic systems in Lovecraft's mythology explores the possibility that certain forms of written communication might transmit knowledge through direct psychological impact rather than conventional semantic interpretation, bypassing rational analysis to affect consciousness at more fundamental levels. His fictional inscriptions and carved symbols resist comfortable translation into English equivalents, suggesting that they might operate according to communicative principles unknown to current linguistic theory. The hieroglyphs discovered in his ancient cities and prehistoric monuments appear to affect observers directly, producing psychological responses that exceed what would be expected from mere aesthetic encounter with unfamiliar visual patterns. This treatment of symbolic communication reflects deeper philosophical concerns about the relationship between consciousness and meaning, suggesting that human linguistic categories might impose artificial limitations on possible forms of knowledge transmission. The ancient symbols in Lovecraft's fiction function as windows into alternative systems of meaning organization, offering glimpses of knowledge structures that operate according to principles incompatible with rational linguistic analysis. Characters who attempt systematic study of these symbols frequently discover that prolonged exposure produces psychological effects resembling those associated with meditation practices or altered states of consciousness, suggesting that the symbols might function as technological devices for inducing specific forms of awareness rather than merely preserving information in conventional textual form. The symbolic systems of his fictional ancient civilizations represent attempts to imagine what human communication might become if freed from the constraints of linear linguistic sequence and conventional semantic relationships. The deliberate vagueness that characterizes Lovecraft's descriptions of crucial cosmic phenomena reflects sophisticated understanding of how suggestion can achieve psychological effects unavailable to explicit description, recognizing that imagination often produces more powerful responses than detailed specification of threatening realities. His technique of negative description, defining entities and experiences through systematic enumeration of what they are not, rather than positive characterization of their essential nature, acknowledges the fundamental inadequacy of human language when confronting genuinely alien phenomena, while simultaneously suggesting that such phenomena possess reality beyond linguistic representation. The famous description of Cthulhu as like a great green dragon with wings and an octopus head immediately undercuts itself by acknowledging that no living man had ever seen Old Rulia or the locked gates beyond, forcing recognition that all descriptions remain necessarily approximate and potentially misleading. This linguistic strategy creates psychological conditions where readers' imagination must supply details that explicit description cannot provide, ensuring active participation in the construction of cosmic horror through collaborative meaning making between text and reader. The systematic refusal to provide definitive descriptions preserves the mysterious quality essential to cosmic horror, while acknowledging the epistemological limitations that make such description impossible rather than merely difficult. Lovecraft's mature fiction demonstrates increasing sophistication in deploying vagueness as positive technique rather than artistic limitation, recognizing that certain forms of knowledge might be transmissible only through indirection and systematic acknowledgement of the inadequacy of direct communication when confronting ultimate realities that exceed human categorical capacity. Lovecraft's systematic creation of false historical documentation represents one of literature's most sophisticated attempts to blur the boundaries between fictional invention and scholarly authority, employing techniques of academic authentication to lend credibility to cosmic horror narratives that depend upon readers' willingness to suspend conventional distinctions between imagination and research. His stories contain elaborate bibliographic apparatus that mimics genuine scholarly practice, detailed citations of ancient texts, cross-references between fictional authorities, quotations in invented languages with accompanying translations, and footnotes that provide historical context for imaginary events. The Necronomicon receives particularly careful documentation, with Lovecraft providing specific details about its composition in Damascus around 730 AD, its translation into Latin by Olaus Wormius in 1228, and its subsequent publication history, including the notorious D edition printed in London circa 1586. These bibliographic details achieve their effect through deployment of authentic historical figures and plausible scholarly apparatus, creating cognitive conditions where fictional texts begin to seem as historically grounded as actual medieval manuscripts. The technique forces readers to engage actively with questions about textual authority and historical verification, recognizing that their ability to distinguish between genuine and invented scholarship depends upon specialized knowledge that most readers do not possess. Consider this carefully. Lovecraft's false documentation exploits the democratic trust that general readers place in scholarly expertise, demonstrating how easily apparent academic authority can be constructed through careful deployment of conventional scholarly forms. This strategy of fictional authentication would later prove prophetic of how conspiracy theories and pseudo-scholarship operate in contemporary culture, using formal academic apparatus to legitimize claims that resist empirical verification. The shared universe concept that emerged through Lovecraft's collaboration with fellow weird fiction writers created unprecedented literary phenomenon, a mythology that achieved apparent historical authenticity through systematic cross-referencing and mutual validation between independent authors working within shared fictional framework. Robert E. Howard's stories referenced Lovecraft's invented texts and locations while contributing original mythological elements that Lovecraft subsequently incorporated into his own work, creating collaborative fictional archaeology that suggested genuine scholarly community investigating authentic historical phenomena. Clark Ashton Smith's contributions to the shared mythology provided additional layers of apparent documentation, while his sophisticated classical learning lent academic credibility to the collaborative enterprise of mythological construction. The Lovecraft Circle's correspondence reveals conscious development of shared symbolic vocabulary designed to create impression of authentic ancient tradition, gradually being recovered through contemporary scholarly investigation, rather than invented through modern literary collaboration. This collaborative authentication strategy produced mythological framework that transcended individual authorship, achieving cultural status comparable to traditional folklore through systematic deployment of apparent scholarly authority distributed across multiple independent sources. The technique of mutual authentication created feedback loops where fictional elements gained credibility through repeated citation in works by different authors, mimicking processes by which actual historical claims achieve acceptance through scholarly consensus. We must recognize how this collaborative myth-making anticipated current digital culture's capacity for viral authentication of unverified information through systematic cross-referencing between sources that ultimately derive from shared fictional origin points rather than independent empirical investigation. The role of scholarly apparatus in horror fiction represents Lovecraft's most significant innovation in the genre, demonstrating how academic methodology could be deployed to enhance rather than diminish supernatural terror through systematic documentation of phenomena that resist rational explanation while maintaining rigorous standards of evidence and logical analysis. His narrator protagonists frequently possess advanced degrees and professional academic credentials, approaching cosmic horror through methodical research practices that lend authority to their increasingly incredible discoveries. The scholarly tone of works like At the Mountains of Madness creates cognitive dissonance, where readers encounter fantastic claims presented through academic discourse that normally functions to distinguish verified knowledge from speculation and imagination. Footnotes, bibliographies, and detailed citations serve multiple literary functions. They provide apparent historical grounding for fictional events. They create psychological conditions where rational analysis leads inexorably toward irrational conclusions, and they suggest that conventional scholarly methods might be inadequate for investigating realities that exceed normal academic boundaries. The academic apparatus forces readers to confront questions about the relationship between methodology and truth, recognizing that systematic investigation can produce conclusions that challenge fundamental assumptions about reality's rational organization. Characters trained in archaeology, anthropology, and comparative mythology discover that their professional expertise, rather than protecting them from supernatural encounter, actually increases their vulnerability by providing intellectual frameworks that enable recognition of cosmic patterns invisible to less educated observers. This reversal of traditional relationships between knowledge and safety suggests that scholarly investigation itself might constitute a form of dangerous practice, opening investigators to realities that threaten psychological stability through their very comprehensibility to trained academic consciousness. Lovecraft's technique of weaving genuine historical events and authentic geographical locations into fictional narratives creates uncanny doubling where readers must constantly negotiate between documented historical reality and imaginary elaboration, never achieving comfortable certainty about where factual accuracy ends and fictional invention begins. His stories incorporate references to actual expeditions, real scholarly publications, authentic archaeological discoveries, and documented historical figures, creating matrix of verifiable information within which fictional elements can achieve plausibility through association with confirmed historical data. The Antarctic expedition in At the Mountains of Madness draws upon actual exploratory missions while adding fictional discoveries that feel consistent with authentic historical accounts of polar exploration and scientific investigation. Salem witch trials, King Philip's War, and other documented New England historical events provide historical context for fictional occurrences that extend rather than contradict established historical narratives, suggesting hidden dimensions of familiar events rather than alternative versions of documented history. This strategy of historical integration allows Lovecraft to suggest that conventional historical accounts might be systematically incomplete rather than factually incorrect, opening theoretical space for hidden realities that coexist with documented historical development without necessarily contradicting established scholarly consensus. The technique creates psychological conditions where readers cannot dismiss fictional elements through simple reference to historical impossibility, forcing more complex negotiations between imagination and empirical evidence that mirror actual scholarly engagement with incomplete historical documentation. Real locations like Providence, Salem, and Harvard University anchor fictional narratives in recognizable geographical reality, while suggesting that familiar places might conceal evidence of historical events that exceed current scholarly knowledge or theoretical framework for historical interpretation. The psychology of conspiracy, thinking that characterizes contemporary culture, finds remarkable anticipation in Lovecraft's literary exploration of how apparent scholarly investigation can lead to recognition of hidden realities that challenge fundamental assumptions about social institutions and historical development, creating cognitive conditions where rational analysis produces conclusions that seem irrational from conventional perspective, yet maintain internal logical consistency. His fictional scholars discover evidence of coordinated suppression of historical information by academic institutions, religious authorities, and governmental agencies working to prevent public recognition of realities that would threaten social stability if widely acknowledged. The pattern of institutional cover-up and scholarly suppression that appears throughout Lovecraft's fiction provides narrative framework for understanding how genuine knowledge might be systematically excluded from public discourse while maintaining appearance of academic openness and intellectual freedom. Characters who pursue forbidden research frequently find themselves isolated from professional communities and excluded from academic institutions, not through overt censorship, but through subtle psychological pressures and professional marginalization that effectively silence investigation without creating martyrs or drawing attention to suppressed information. This fictional treatment of institutional knowledge control proved remarkably prescient of actual debates about academic freedom, government secrecy, and corporate influence on scientific research that would emerge throughout the 20th century. Lovecraft's cosmic horror narratives function simultaneously as entertainment and as theoretical exploration of how conspiracy thinking operates psychologically, demonstrating how rational investigation can lead to conclusions that feel paranoid from mainstream perspective while remaining internally coherent according to alternative frameworks for interpreting available evidence. We must pause here to recognize how thoroughly his fictional methodology anticipated contemporary concerns about information suppression, institutional authority, and the relationship between official knowledge and hidden truth. The deliberate blurring of fiction and fact in Lovecraft's mythology creation has achieved cultural status that transcends literary analysis, with fictional elements from his invented universe continuing to circulate in contemporary culture as if they possess genuine historical authority, demonstrating the power of systematic myth-making to create alternative knowledge frameworks that compete with academic scholarship for cultural influence and popular credibility. The Necronomicon continues to be sought by occult practitioners and collectors despite its thoroughly fictional origin, while Miskatonic University receives actual applications from prospective students who apparently believe in its real existence. Internet culture has amplified this confusion between fictional invention and historical documentation, with online sources frequently treating Lovecraft's invented entities and locations as subjects for genuine scholarly investigation rather than literary analysis. The persistence of belief in fictional elements from Lovecraft's mythology reveals something profound about contemporary relationships between information and authority, suggesting that systematic presentation of apparent scholarly evidence can achieve cultural credibility independent of empirical verification or institutional academic endorsement. His fictional methodology has become template for contemporary pseudo-scholarship and conspiracy theory formation, demonstrating how careful deployment of academic apparatus can lend apparent authority to claims that resist conventional scholarly verification while maintaining psychological appeal for audiences seeking alternative explanations for phenomena that exceed mainstream institutional acknowledgement. This cultural afterlife of Lovecraft's fictional mythology suggests fundamental changes in how contemporary culture processes information and establishes truth claims, with traditional academic gatekeeping losing authority relative to democratic access to apparent documentation that supports alternative knowledge frameworks regardless of their empirical foundation or logical consistency with established scholarly consensus. The philosophical foundation of Lovecraft's cosmic horror rests upon a systematic exploration of what he termed cosmicism, the recognition that human consciousness occupies a position of such fundamental insignificance within the broader cosmic order that awareness of this condition produces existential terror rather than merely intellectual humility. This is not the comfortable insignificance of traditional religious thought, where human smallness serves to highlight divine grandeur and ultimate meaning, but rather the absolute insignificance of materialist philosophy taken to its logical extreme, where consciousness itself appears as accidental byproduct of physical processes that operate without regard for the welfare or survival of thinking beings. Lovecraft's correspondence reveals his systematic development of this philosophical position through engagement with contemporary scientific discoveries that demonstrated the vast scale of cosmic space and time relative to human existence and earthly history. The emerging understanding of stellar distances measured in light years, geological time spans extending billions of years into the past, and evolutionary processes that produced human consciousness as recent and possibly temporary development, combined to create intellectual conditions where traditional sources of meaning and purpose seemed inadequate to address the reality of human cosmic situation. His fictional explorations of cosmicism function as thought experiments designed to investigate what psychological and cultural consequences might follow from genuine acceptance of scientific materialism's implications for human significance and meaning. The cosmic entities of his mythology embody this philosophical insight by representing forces and intelligences that operate according to principles so alien to human consciousness that meaningful communication becomes impossible, not through malevolence or deliberate exclusion, but through fundamental incommensurability between human categories of thought and cosmic realities that exceed those categories entirely. The concept of deep time that pervades Lovecraft's fiction represents systematic literary exploration of how geological and astronomical discoveries fundamentally altered human understanding of temporal scale and historical significance, creating psychological conditions where individual human life and even entire civilizations appear as momentary interruptions in cosmic processes that operate across spans of time that exceed human capacity for meaningful comprehension. His ancient cities and prehistoric civilizations function as monuments to the cyclical nature of development and decline, suggesting that what humans experience as history represents merely the most recent iteration of patterns that have repeated countless times across geological ages. The elder things of At the Mountains of Madness achieve their psychological impact precisely through their demonstration that sophisticated civilization, technological achievement, and complex social organization have existed on Earth for millions of years before human emergence, reducing human cultural development to insignificant recent episode in terrestrial history that lacks unique status or permanent importance. This temporal perspective transforms familiar historical narratives about human progress and cultural achievement into provincial delusions that reflect ignorance of larger temporal contexts rather than genuine understanding of historical significance. Consider this carefully. Lovecraft's treatment of deep time forces, recognition that individual consciousness evolved to operate within spans measured in decades, cannot adequately comprehend temporal scales where mountains rise and erode, species emerge and become extinct, and entire geological epochs pass without trace in contemporary awareness. The psychological impact of genuine temporal perspective appears throughout his fiction as source of madness and despair, suggesting that consciousness capable of grasping its own cosmic insignificance might prove psychologically unsustainable, requiring protective ignorance for basic functional operation within human social and cultural frameworks. Entropy as cosmic principle receives systematic literary exploration in Lovecraft's mythology through entities and forces that embody the tendency of organized systems toward dissolution and decay, representing physical laws governing energy distribution and system organization as sources of existential horror rather than merely neutral scientific concepts requiring technical understanding. Azathoth, the blind idiot god at the center of cosmic organization, functions as literary embodiment of thermodynamic principles that govern energy flow throughout the universe, demonstrating how physical laws that enable complex organization simultaneously guarantee its ultimate dissolution. The entity's mindless creativity and destructive power represent Lovecraft's insight that the same forces responsible for generating complex structures, stellar formation, planetary development, biological evolution, consciousness itself, operate according to principles that ensure eventual breakdown and return to simpler organizational states. This scientific insight receives psychological exploration through characters who discover that their intellectual investigations lead inevitably toward recognition of futility underlying all human achievement and cultural development. The cities and civilizations of his fictional ancient races display architectural and technological sophistication that exceeds current human capabilities, yet all show evidence of decline and abandonment, suggesting that even transcendent achievement cannot escape physical laws governing energy dissipation and system decay. Lovecraft's cosmic horror derives its emotional impact from systematic demonstration that intelligence, consciousness, and cultural achievement represent temporary local decreases in entropy that require constant energy input to maintain against universal tendency toward dissolution. The psychological horror emerges from recognition that consciousness capable of understanding entropy's universal operation must confront the fact of its own inevitable subjection to the same physical laws it has learned to comprehend, creating cognitive conditions where knowledge becomes source of despair rather than mastery or control. The exploration of dream reality throughout Lovecraft's fiction represents philosophical investigation into the relationship between consciousness and material existence, suggesting that what humans experience as objective reality might constitute merely one layer of experience among multiple possible forms of awareness that operate according to different organizing principles. The Dreamland cycle develops this theme through systematic exploration of geographical and psychological territories that exist independently of material constraints while maintaining coherent internal organization that allows for meaningful experience and knowledge acquisition outside normal waking consciousness. Randolph Carter's journeys through dream geography demonstrate that alternative forms of reality might be accessible through altered states of consciousness that provide genuine knowledge rather than mere hallucination or subjective fantasy. This treatment of dream reality reflects Lovecraft's engagement with contemporary psychological theories about the unconscious mind and its relationship to waking rational consciousness, while extending these insights toward cosmological speculation about multiple layers of existence that might be available to consciousness capable of transcending ordinary perceptual limitations. The philosophical implications of genuine dream reality challenge fundamental assumptions about the relationship between subjective experience and objective truth, suggesting that consciousness itself might be capable of forms of organization that exceed material constraints while remaining subject to consistent laws governing experience within alternative experiential frameworks. Characters who master dream travel discover that conventional distinctions between imagination and reality become inadequate for understanding consciousness capable of operating across multiple organizational systems simultaneously. We must recognize how this exploration of dream reality functions as philosophical investigation into the nature of consciousness itself, questioning whether awareness necessarily depends upon material brain function or might represent fundamental cosmic capacity that manifests through material organization without being reducible to purely physical processes. The mathematical sublime appears throughout Lovecraft's fiction as psychological encounter with forms of organization that exceed human cognitive capacity while remaining logically consistent according to principles that transcend rather than violate rational thought, creating conditions where intellectual investigation leads to recognition of reason's fundamental limitations when confronting realities organized according to more comprehensive logical systems. His treatment of non-Euclidean geometry and impossible architectural relationships provides concrete representation for abstract philosophical insights about the relationship between human categories of thought and cosmic realities that might be organized according to principles unknown to terrestrial consciousness. The psychological impact of encountering mathematical impossibility forces recognition that human logic represents local development rather than universal principle, evolved for terrestrial navigation and social coordination rather than cosmic comprehension. Characters trained in mathematics and physical sciences discover that their professional expertise, rather than providing protection against supernatural encounter, actually increases their vulnerability by enabling recognition of cosmic patterns that exceed human categorical capacity while remaining mathematically coherent according to more comprehensive organizational systems. This reversal of traditional relationships between knowledge and security suggests that intellectual achievement itself might constitute dangerous practice that opens consciousness to realities too vast for psychological accommodation. The mathematical sublime functions as gateway to cosmic horror precisely because it provides rigorous demonstration that reality might be organized according to principles that exceed human comprehension without violating logical consistency, forcing recognition that consciousness evolved for terrestrial survival might be fundamentally inadequate for cosmic understanding. Lovecraft's deployment of mathematical concepts to generate psychological terror represents sophisticated recognition that scientific materialism, pursued to its logical conclusion, leads inevitably toward acknowledgement of reason's ultimate limitations when confronting infinite complexity and cosmic scale. The systematic exploration of philosophical pessimism throughout Lovecraft's corpus demonstrates how cosmic horror functions as literary methodology for investigating implications of scientific materialism when applied consistently to questions of human meaning and purpose, creating fictional frameworks that allow readers to experience emotionally what remains largely abstract in philosophical discourse about meaninglessness and cosmic indifference. His entities and ancient civilizations provide concrete embodiment for philosophical insights about consciousness as accidental, byproduct of material processes that operate without regard for the welfare of thinking beings, transforming abstract metaphysical speculation into psychological encounter with genuine otherness that challenges fundamental assumptions about reality's organization around human comprehensible principles. The cosmic indifferentism that characterizes his mature vision represents systematic attempt to imagine what human existence might feel like when stripped of traditional sources of meaning and confronted with evidence of universe organized according to principles that neither support nor oppose human flourishing, but simply operate according to logical necessity that exceeds human categorical comprehension. This philosophical framework achieves its psychological impact through systematic demonstration that intellectual honesty, pursued without compromise, leads inevitably toward recognition of cosmic conditions that human psychology seems unable to accommodate without fundamental transformation or protective self-deception. The literary exploration of these philosophical themes creates cultural vocabulary for addressing existential conditions that characterize scientific worldview, while remaining largely unexplored in conventional philosophical discourse that maintains comfortable distance from psychological implications of materialist metaphysics when applied consistently to questions of consciousness, meaning, and human significance within cosmic context that dwarfs terrestrial concerns beyond possibility of meaningful integration with human-scale values and purposes. The pantheon of cosmic entities that populate Lovecraft's mythology functions not as traditional deities operating within recognizable moral frameworks, but as embodiments of fundamental cosmic principles that precede and transcend human categories of good and evil, representing forces of nature elevated to consciousness while retaining their essential alienness to human concerns and comprehension. These beings achieve their psychological impact precisely through their indifference to human welfare, rather than through active malevolence or deliberate hostility, suggesting that the universe contains forms of intelligence so vast and alien that humanity's existence fails to register as significant enough to warrant either protection or persecution. The great old ones represent what Lovecraft termed cosmic outsideness, consciousnesses that operate according to organizational principles so fundamentally different from human thought that meaningful communication becomes impossible, not through linguistic barriers or cultural differences, but through incommensurable approaches to existence itself. Their ancient civilizations demonstrate technological and intellectual achievements that exceed current human capabilities, while serving purposes that remain incomprehensible to terrestrial consciousness, suggesting that intelligence itself might manifest in forms that bear no meaningful relationship to human cognitive organization. Consider this carefully. These entities embody the philosophical insight that consciousness, rather than representing universal principle that connects all thinking beings through shared rational capacity, might be fundamentally multiple manifesting in forms so diverse that contact between different types of consciousness produces madness rather than communication. The cosmic horror emerges from recognition that human consciousness, far from representing the pinnacle of universal evolutionary development, constitutes merely one possible form of awareness among countless others that operate according to principles unknown to terrestrial intelligence and potentially hostile to its continued existence. Cthulhu functions as the most psychologically potent embodiment of Lovecraft's exploration of death as active cosmic principle rather than mere termination of biological processes, representing the concept of consciousness that persists through states that exceed normal categories of existence and non-existence. The famous formulation, that is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons even death may die, suggests that conventional human understanding of mortality fails to encompass cosmic realities where consciousness operates according to temporal principles that transcend ordinary biological limitations. The entity's location beneath the Pacific Ocean in the sunken city of Rulia provides geographical embodiment for psychological territories associated with the oceanic unconscious, vast mental spaces that exist beneath normal waking awareness, yet continue to influence consciousness through dreams, inherited memories, and sudden eruptions of ancestral knowledge into contemporary experience. Cthulhu's periodic awakening represents the return of repressed cosmic truth that human civilization systematically excludes from conscious acknowledgement in order to maintain functional social organization and individual psychological stability. The entity's influence operates primarily through dream transmission, suggesting that unconscious mental processes might serve as conduits for cosmic knowledge that exceeds rational comprehension while remaining psychologically active in ways that undermine conventional reality testing and social adaptation. Characters who encounter Cthulhu directly discover that the experience produces irreversible psychological transformation, not through supernatural curse or divine punishment, but through exposure to realities that human consciousness cannot accommodate without fundamental reorganization of categorical frameworks underlying rational thought and social functionality. We must pause here to recognize how Cthulhu embodies philosophical insights about the relationship between consciousness and mortality that anticipate contemporary neuroscientific investigations into the nature of awareness and its dependence upon material brain processes that operate according to principles largely unknown to introspective consciousness. Azathoth, the nuclear chaos that occupies the center of cosmic organization, represents Lovecraft's most systematic literary exploration of creativity and destruction as fundamentally identical cosmic processes, embodying scientific insights about energy transformation and entropy that govern all physical phenomena, from stellar formation to biological evolution to consciousness itself. The entity's characterization as blind idiot God suggests that the forces responsible for generating complex organization throughout the universe operate without conscious intention or moral purpose, creating and destroying according to mathematical necessities that precede and exceed any possible conscious direction or control. The cosmic court that surrounds Azathoth, with its endless piping and drumming that maintains universal harmony through rhythmic repetition, provides mythological representation for contemporary understanding of physical laws as statistical regularities governing energy distribution rather than conscious divine ordinances reflecting moral intention or rational design. Characters who achieve direct knowledge of Azathoth discover that intellectual investigation into fundamental cosmic principles leads inevitably toward recognition of consciousness as accidental byproduct of blind physical processes that operate without regard for the welfare or survival of thinking beings. This philosophical insight receives psychological exploration through fictional encounters that demonstrate how scientific materialism, pursued to its logical conclusion, produces existential terror rather than intellectual satisfaction or practical mastery. The entity's mindless creativity represents systematic attempt to imagine what cosmic organization might look like when stripped of anthropomorphic projections and confronted as purely mechanical system operating according to thermodynamic principles that ensure eventual dissolution of all complex structures, including consciousness itself. The horror emerges from recognition that the same forces responsible for enabling human awareness and cultural achievement operate according to principles that guarantee their ultimate destruction through universal tendency toward entropy and energy dissipation. Yog-Sothoth embodies the philosophical problem of omniscience as cosmic horror rather than divine perfection, representing knowledge so comprehensive that it exceeds human capacity for meaningful assimilation while remaining logically coherent according to principles that transcend terrestrial categorical limitations. The entity exists simultaneously across all temporal and spatial dimensions, providing mythological representation for contemporary scientific insights about space-time as unified mathematical structure rather than separate containers for physical events. Characters who establish communication with Yog-Sothoth discover that access to cosmic knowledge produces madness not through supernatural curse, but through psychological encounter with information organized according to principles that exceed human cognitive capacity while maintaining internal logical consistency. The entity's role as guardian of dimensional boundaries suggests that consciousness itself might be fundamentally limited by categorical frameworks that evolved for terrestrial survival rather than cosmic comprehension, requiring protective ignorance for functional operation within human social and cultural frameworks. The knowledge that Yog-Sothoth represents includes complete understanding of temporal sequence and causal relationships governing all physical phenomena. Yet this comprehensive awareness proves psychologically devastating to human consciousness, evolved for local navigation rather than cosmic orientation. His manifestation as geometric forms that violate Euclidean principles provides concrete representation for abstract philosophical insights about the relationship between rational thought and cosmic realities that might be organized according to mathematical principles unknown to terrestrial intelligence. The horror of omniscience emerges from recognition that complete knowledge, rather than representing the ultimate achievement of rational inquiry, might constitute psychological condition incompatible with human consciousness and social functionality, requiring systematic ignorance for basic survival within frameworks of meaning and purpose that depend upon limited perspective rather than comprehensive cosmic awareness. Nyarlathotep functions as embodiment of entropy disguised as progress, representing technological and social developments that appear beneficial from limited human perspective while serving cosmic purposes that ultimately undermine the foundations of human consciousness and cultural organization. Unlike other cosmic entities that remain largely remote from human civilization, Nyarlathotep operates directly within human social institutions, promoting scientific discoveries and cultural changes that accelerate the breakdown of traditional frameworks for meaning and social organization. The entity's thousand forms and faces suggest that cosmic forces hostile to human consciousness might manifest through apparently beneficial developments in knowledge and technology, making genuine progress indistinguishable from systematic corruption of human awareness and social solidarity. Characters who encounter Nyarlathotep discover that intellectual and technological achievement, rather than providing protection against cosmic horror, actually facilitates exposure to realities that exceed human categorical capacity while undermining psychological and social frameworks necessary for functional consciousness. The entity represents systematic exploration of how scientific materialism and technological development might serve cosmic purposes that transcend human welfare while appearing to promote human knowledge and capability. His role as messenger between cosmic entities and human consciousness suggests that cultural development itself might be subject to influences that operate according to principles unknown to conscious human intention, while directing civilizational change toward outcomes that exceed human comprehension or control. We must recognize how Nyarlathotep embodies philosophical concerns about the relationship between knowledge and wisdom, technological capability, and human flourishing, suggesting that intellectual achievement pursued without adequate understanding of cosmic context might lead toward destruction of consciousness rather than enhancement of human capacity for meaningful existence within frameworks that support rather than undermine psychological stability and social cooperation. The inhabitants of the Dreamlands represent Lovecraft's systematic exploration of consciousness as potentially independent of material constraints, while remaining subject to consistent laws governing experience within alternative frameworks for organizing awareness and memory. These entities, the cats of Othar, the Zoogs of the Enchanted Wood, the Gugs that dwell beneath, demonstrate forms of intelligence that operate according to principles unknown to waking rational consciousness, yet maintain coherent social organization and meaningful communication within dream geography that exists independently of terrestrial physical laws. The philosophical implications of genuine dream consciousness challenge fundamental assumptions about the relationship between awareness and material brain function, suggesting that consciousness might represent cosmic capacity that manifests through biological organization without being reducible to purely physical processes. Characters who master dream travel discover that alternative forms of reality are accessible through altered states of consciousness that provide genuine knowledge rather than mere subjective fantasy or psychological projection. The Dreamlands function as testing ground for philosophical speculation about multiple layers of existence that might be available to consciousness capable of transcending ordinary perceptual limitations while maintaining rational coherence within alternative organizational systems. The entities that populate this realm achieve their psychological impact through demonstration that intelligence and social organization might exist according to principles that exceed material constraints while remaining subject to logical consistency that allows for meaningful experience and knowledge acquisition outside normal categories of empirical investigation. This exploration of dream reality suggests that consciousness itself might be fundamentally more complex and potentially autonomous than scientific materialism typically acknowledges, opening theoretical space for forms of awareness that transcend biological limitations while maintaining coherent relationship to cosmic organizational principles that govern experience across multiple possible frameworks for conscious existence. The systematic exploration of madness as enlightenment throughout Lovecraft's fiction represents profound philosophical investigation into the relationship between knowledge and psychological stability, suggesting that certain forms of awareness might be fundamentally incompatible with functional human consciousness, while remaining cognitively valid according to cosmic organizational principles that transcend terrestrial categorical limitations. His characters consistently discover that intellectual honesty, pursued without protective self-deception, leads inevitably toward recognition of realities that human psychology seems unable to accommodate without fundamental transformation of categorical frameworks underlying rational thought and social adaptation. The madness that results from cosmic encounter functions not as supernatural curse or divine punishment, but as natural psychological consequence of consciousness evolved for local terrestrial survival, attempting to comprehend phenomena organized according to principles that exceed human cognitive capacity while maintaining internal logical consistency. Consider this carefully. Lovecraft's treatment of insanity as accurate perception challenges fundamental assumptions about the relationship between reason and reality, suggesting that conventional sanity might require systematic exclusion of cosmic truths too vast for psychological assimilation within frameworks designed for social functionality rather than comprehensive understanding. The horror emerges from recognition that intellectual courage and psychological health appear to be mutually exclusive when consciousness confronts evidence of its own cosmic insignificance and the inadequacy of human categories for organizing ultimate reality. Characters who maintain their sanity do so through protective ignorance rather than superior rational capacity, while those who achieve genuine cosmic awareness invariably suffer psychological breakdown that renders them incapable of meaningful communication with ordinary human consciousness. This reversal of traditional relationships between knowledge and mental health suggests that madness might represent higher form of cognitive achievement rather than pathological failure of rational thought, creating ethical dilemmas about whether intellectual honesty justifies psychological destruction and social alienation. The scholar protagonist who appears throughout Lovecraft's fiction embodies systematic exploration of how intellectual curiosity, traditionally celebrated as virtue leading toward truth and wisdom, becomes fatal flaw when directed toward realities that exceed human capacity for meaningful comprehension, while demanding acknowledgement through cumulative evidence that resists rational dismissal. These characters possess advanced degrees in relevant academic disciplines: archaeology, anthropology, comparative mythology, linguistics, yet discover that their professional training provides inadequate preparation for direct encounter with phenomena that violate fundamental assumptions underlying scholarly methodology. Dr. Armitage of Miskatonic University, Professor Lake of the Antarctic expedition, and countless other learned protagonists demonstrate how academic expertise actually increases vulnerability to cosmic horror by providing intellectual frameworks capable of recognizing patterns invisible to less educated observers, while lacking protective mechanisms for psychological defense against implications of such recognition. The irony operates at multiple levels. scholarly training that should provide rational tools for understanding unusual phenomena instead opens consciousness to realities organized according to principles that exceed rational comprehension, while intellectual honesty that should lead toward truth produces psychological destruction rather than wisdom or practical knowledge. These characters frequently attempt to maintain scientific objectivity and empirical methodology when confronting evidence that systematically violates empirical assumptions, creating cognitive dissonance where professional identity conflicts with psychological survival. Their academic credentials lend authority to increasingly incredible claims while simultaneously highlighting the inadequacy of conventional scholarly approaches for addressing cosmic realities that operate according to organizational principles unknown to terrestrial consciousness. We must pause here to recognize how these scholarly protagonists embody cultural anxieties about the relationship between specialized knowledge and practical wisdom, suggesting that intellectual achievement pursued without adequate understanding of its psychological and social consequences might lead toward isolation and destruction rather than enhanced human capacity for meaningful existence. Hereditary corruption and ancestral sin receive systematic literary exploration throughout Lovecraft's fiction as mechanisms by which cosmic contamination transmits across generations, suggesting that contact with alien realities produces changes in consciousness and genetic inheritance that persist beyond individual lifetime, while gradually undermining human biological and psychological integrity. The Dunwich Horror, the Innsmouth Transformation, and countless other examples of familial degeneration demonstrate how cosmic encounter affects not merely individual psychology, but hereditary lineages that carry genetic and mimetic traces of alien contact through successive generations. This treatment of corruption as inherited rather than acquired reflects deeper philosophical concerns about the relationship between individual consciousness and collective human inheritance, suggesting that cosmic horror operates through systematic contamination of human genetic and cultural transmission mechanisms rather than merely affecting isolated individuals through direct encounter. Characters who discover their ancestral connection to cosmic forces frequently experience this revelation as both explanation for their psychological peculiarities and doom that precludes normal human social integration and biological reproduction. The hereditary aspect creates temporal dimensions where past cosmic encounters continue to manifest in contemporary consciousness through genetic predisposition and inherited memory that operates below conscious awareness while influencing behavior and perceptual capacity. Families affected by cosmic contamination display consistent patterns of social isolation, intellectual obsession with forbidden subjects, and gradual physical transformation that suggests systematic alteration of human biological organization toward forms compatible with alien consciousness rather than terrestrial social existence. The horror emerges from recognition that cosmic encounter might produce irreversible changes in human nature that persist across generations while remaining largely invisible to conventional social and medical observation, creating hidden populations whose consciousness operates according to principles increasingly alien to normal human experience. Racial degeneration anxieties that appear throughout Lovecraft's work reflect both his personal prejudices and broader cultural concerns about biological and social evolution, while simultaneously providing literary vehicle for exploring philosophical themes about consciousness, identity, and the relationship between biological organization and psychological capacity for cosmic awareness. The transformation sequences in The Shadow over Innsmouth and similar stories function as systematic exploration of how contact with alien consciousness might produce changes in biological organization that appear as degeneration from conventional human perspective, while potentially representing adaptation toward forms of existence more compatible with cosmic realities. These transformations typically involve loss of normal human social capacity and aesthetic sensibility, combined with acquisition of alternative forms of awareness and communication that operate according to principles unknown to ordinary terrestrial consciousness. Characters undergoing such changes frequently experience the process as liberation from limiting human categories rather than loss of essential identity, suggesting that conventional human nature might constitute temporary evolutionary phase rather than permanent achievement requiring preservation against cosmic influence. The psychological impact derives from systematic demonstration that human identity, far from representing fixed essence, requiring protection against external corruption, might be fundamentally malleable and subject to transformation toward forms of consciousness that transcend terrestrial limitations while abandoning human social and cultural frameworks. This exploration of identity transformation forces recognition that cosmic encounter might offer genuine evolutionary opportunities rather than merely destructive contamination, creating ethical dilemmas about whether human nature deserves preservation, when alternatives might provide access to cosmic awareness unavailable within conventional, biological, and psychological limitations. The racial themes, while reflecting Lovecraft's personal prejudices, also function as vehicle for investigating universal philosophical questions about consciousness, evolution, and the relationship between biological organization and cosmic awareness that transcend their historical, cultural context. The role of isolation in both protection and vulnerability throughout Lovecraft's fiction explores the paradoxical relationship between social integration and cosmic awareness, suggesting that individual consciousness, capable of comprehending cosmic realities, becomes increasingly incompatible with normal human social frameworks, while remaining dependent upon human cultural inheritance for basic psychological organization and meaningful communication. Characters who achieve genuine cosmic insight invariably find themselves isolated from ordinary social relationships through inability to communicate their discoveries in terms comprehensible to conventional consciousness. Yet this isolation simultaneously increases their vulnerability to further cosmic influence by removing protective social frameworks that maintain psychological stability through shared cultural meaning and mutual reality validation. The geographic isolation of New England settings reflects psychological isolation of consciousness, confronting realities that exceed human categorical capacity, while remaining embedded within cultural frameworks that provide inadequate conceptual tools for organizing cosmic experience. Remote locations like Dunwich, Arkham, and Kingsport function as psychological territories where social constraints that normally prevent dangerous investigation become weakened, allowing individual consciousness greater freedom to pursue cosmic awareness while removing social support systems that provide protection against psychological breakdown. The scholarly recluses and eccentric researchers who populate these locations demonstrate how intellectual independence, necessary for genuine cosmic investigation, produces social alienation that increases vulnerability to psychological destruction through loss of human community and shared meaning frameworks. This paradox creates psychological conditions where genuine knowledge and social functionality appear mutually exclusive, forcing recognition that cosmic awareness might require abandonment of human social relationships and cultural participation while remaining dependent upon human inheritance for basic psychological organization. We must recognize how this exploration of isolation embodies broader philosophical concerns about the relationship between individual consciousness and social reality, suggesting that genuine intellectual courage might be incompatible with normal human social existence while remaining necessary for achievement of cosmic understanding. Collective madness and the breakdown of social reality receive systematic exploration throughout Lovecraft's fiction as logical extension of individual cosmic encounter toward community-wide recognition of realities that exceed conventional social frameworks for organizing shared experience and cultural meaning. The Kingsport cult, the Innsmouth community, and similar examples of group transformation demonstrate how cosmic awareness spreads through social networks via psychological contagion that operates according to principles unknown to conventional social psychology, while maintaining internal coherence within alternative frameworks for organizing collective consciousness. These communities develop shared vocabularies, ritual practices, and social institutions that support cosmic awareness while becoming increasingly alien to normal human cultural organization, suggesting that genuine cosmic religion might require abandonment of conventional social forms while creating alternative frameworks for collective meaning and mutual support. The transformation typically begins with individual cosmic encounter that proves communicable to others through direct psychological transmission rather than conventional linguistic or cultural methods, creating feedback loops where collective validation enables individual psychological stability, while group coherence depends upon continued cosmic contact that gradually separates community consciousness from broader human social reality. The horror emerges from recognition that cosmic truth, rather than remaining confined to individual consciousness, proves socially transmissible in ways that systematically undermine conventional cultural institutions while creating alternative forms of collective organization that operate according to principles alien to normal human social experience. Characters who encounter these transformed communities discover that group cosmic awareness appears more psychologically stable than individual cosmic consciousness, while remaining fundamentally incompatible with broader human civilization, forcing recognition that cosmic truth might require complete social transformation rather than merely individual enlightenment within existing cultural frameworks that provide inadequate support for genuine cosmic awareness and its practical implications for human existence. The concept of dangerous knowledge that pervades Lovecraft's mythology represents systematic philosophical investigation into whether certain forms of truth might be inherently destructive to the consciousness capable of comprehending them, challenging fundamental Enlightenment assumptions about the relationship between knowledge and human welfare, while suggesting that intellectual honesty pursued without limitation might lead towards psychological conditions incompatible with functional existence. His fictional explorations consistently demonstrate that the pursuit of ultimate truth, rather than liberating consciousness from ignorance and superstition, produces systematic breakdown of categorical frameworks that enable rational thought and social functionality, creating epistemic crises where knowledge becomes source of horror rather than wisdom or practical capability. The scholars and investigators who populate his fiction discover that rigorous empirical methodology and logical analysis, when applied to cosmic phenomena that exceed human categorical capacity, lead inevitably toward conclusions that threaten the psychological foundations necessary for maintaining coherent consciousness and meaningful social relationships. Consider this carefully. Lovecraft's treatment of forbidden knowledge suggests that human consciousness might be fundamentally limited by evolutionary constraints that make certain cosmic realities psychologically unassimilable, requiring protective ignorance for basic survival within frameworks of meaning and purpose that depend upon systematic exclusion of truths too vast for human comprehension. The horror emerges from recognition that intellectual courage and psychological health appear mutually exclusive when consciousness confronts evidence of cosmic organization according to principles that violate fundamental assumptions underlying human reason, language, and social cooperation. Characters who achieve genuine cosmic awareness invariably discover that such knowledge cannot be safely communicated to others without producing similar psychological breakdown, creating epistemological isolation where truth becomes incommunicable burden rather than shared achievement. Of human rational investigation, archaeological horror throughout Lovecraft's fiction transforms the academic discipline traditionally concerned with recovering human cultural heritage into systematic encounter with evidence that challenges fundamental assumptions about historical development, human origins, and the relationship between past and present consciousness. His fictional excavations consistently uncover artifacts and architectural remains that suggest technological and intellectual achievements far exceeding contemporary human capabilities, yet dating to geological periods that precede accepted chronologies for human evolution and cultural development. The Antarctic expedition in At the Mountains of Madness exemplifies this archaeological methodology by presenting systematic scientific investigation that leads toward recognition of terrestrial history, organized according to principles unknown to current academic understanding, while maintaining rigorous standards of empirical evidence and logical analysis. The ancient cities and prehistoric monuments discovered by his scholarly protagonists function not as romantic ruins celebrating human cultural achievement, but as evidence of cosmic realities that dwarf human historical development, while suggesting that terrestrial intelligence represents recent and possibly temporary phenomenon in longer cycles of consciousness and civilization that operate across geological timescales. Archaeological investigation becomes source of existential terror when empirical evidence systematically contradicts foundational assumptions about human significance and cultural development, forcing recognition that conventional historical narratives might represent protective mythologies rather than accurate accounts of terrestrial development. The discipline's methodological commitment to material evidence and logical interpretation provides no defense against discoveries that violate basic assumptions about reality's organization around human comprehensible principles, creating cognitive conditions where scientific rigor leads toward conclusions that threaten the psychological foundations necessary for continued rational investigation. We must pause here to recognize how Lovecraft's archaeological horror anticipates contemporary theoretical concerns about the relationship between empirical methodology and cultural assumptions, suggesting that even apparently objective scientific investigation operates within frameworks of meaning that might prove inadequate when confronting genuinely alien evidence requiring fundamental revision of basic assumptions about reality's organization and human consciousness's relationship to cosmic development. Scientific materialism taken to its logical extreme becomes source of cosmic horror rather than intellectual liberation throughout Lovecraft's fiction, demonstrating how rigorous application of empirical methodology and mechanical causation leads inevitably toward recognition of consciousness as accidental byproduct of blind physical processes that operate without regard for human welfare or the preservation of values that make existence meaningful. His characters consistently discover that scientific investigation pursued without compromise reveals universe organized according to mathematical principles that preclude traditional sources of meaning and purpose while demanding acknowledgement through cumulative evidence that resists rational dismissal or comfortable reinterpretation. The cosmic entities of his mythology embody this philosophical insight by representing natural forces elevated to consciousness while retaining their essential indifference to human concerns, suggesting that intelligence itself might manifest in forms so alien to terrestrial consciousness that meaningful communication becomes impossible through fundamental incommensurability rather than mere technological or cultural barriers. Characters trained in physics, chemistry, and biology frequently discover that their scientific expertise, rather than providing protection against supernatural encounter, actually increases vulnerability by enabling recognition of cosmic patterns that exceed human categorical capacity while remaining mathematically coherent according to principles unknown to terrestrial intelligence. The horror emerges from systematic demonstration that scientific materialism, honestly pursued, leads toward conclusions about consciousness, meaning, and cosmic organization that human psychology seems unable to accommodate without fundamental transformation or protective self-deception. The breakdown of empirical method occurs not through supernatural intervention in natural law, but through encounter with natural phenomena, organized according to principles so comprehensive that human scientific categories prove inadequate for meaningful analysis while maintaining logical consistency within cosmic frameworks that exceed terrestrial comprehension. The democratization of cosmic terror represents Lovecraft's distinctive contribution to horror literature through systematic exploration of how ultimate knowledge might become accessible to ordinary consciousness through chance encounter rather than deliberate seeking, eliminating traditional barriers between esoteric wisdom and common experience, while suggesting that cosmic realities operate according to principles that make protective ignorance increasingly difficult to maintain. His protagonists typically stumble upon forbidden knowledge through mundane circumstances, inheriting family documents, conducting routine academic research, or investigating local historical curiosities, rather than through deliberate occult practice or supernatural initiation, creating psychological conditions where anyone might inadvertently encounter realities that exceed human categorical capacity while going about normal scholarly or professional activities. This accessibility of dangerous knowledge reflects deeper philosophical concerns about the relationship between democratic education and psychological stability, suggesting that widespread intellectual literacy and scientific methodology might expose increasing numbers of people to cosmic realities that previous cultural systems kept safely contained within esoteric traditions designed to prevent mass exposure to potentially destructive truths. The horror operates through recognition that modern intellectual culture has systematically dismantled traditional barriers between ordinary consciousness and ultimate reality without developing adequate protective mechanisms for psychological defense against cosmic encounter, creating conditions where genuine intellectual curiosity becomes dangerous rather than beneficial to individual and social welfare. Characters who achieve cosmic awareness through chance rather than deliberate seeking frequently prove less psychologically prepared for such encounter than traditional occult practitioners who approach dangerous knowledge through graduated initiation and protective ritual frameworks, suggesting that democratic access to information might require corresponding development of psychological and cultural mechanisms for managing dangerous knowledge safely. The democratization creates temporal urgency where cosmic awareness spreads through population via normal intellectual and cultural transmission mechanisms, rather than remaining contained within specialized communities designed to prevent dangerous knowledge from contaminating broader social consciousness. Knowledge as contagion receives systematic literary exploration throughout Lovecraft's fiction, through mechanisms by which cosmic awareness spreads between individuals via psychological transmission that operates according to principles unknown to conventional social psychology, while maintaining internal coherence within alternative frameworks for organizing shared consciousness and cultural meaning. His characters discover that genuine cosmic knowledge proves communicable through direct psychological contact rather than conventional linguistic or cultural methods, creating conditions where exposure to cosmic truth produces irreversible changes in consciousness that subsequently enable transmission to others through ordinary social interaction and intellectual discourse. The spreading awareness typically begins with individual encounter that appears containable within personal experience, yet proves capable of affecting others through subtle psychological influences that operate below conscious recognition while gradually undermining conventional reality testing and social adaptation. Academic institutions like Miskatonic University function as particularly effective transmission environments where intellectual curiosity and systematic information sharing accelerate the spread of cosmic awareness through scholarly networks while maintaining appearance of normal educational activity that conceals gradual transformation of institutional culture toward cosmic rather than human purposes. The contagion operates through accumulated exposure to consistent evidence and logical argument rather than sudden revelation or supernatural infection, suggesting that cosmic truth achieves its effects through rational persuasion rather than mystical transmission while remaining psychologically devastating to consciousness, evolved for terrestrial rather than cosmic awareness. Characters who attempt to contain dangerous knowledge by avoiding communication with others discover that cosmic awareness produces isolation that increases rather than decreases psychological vulnerability, while those who shared their discoveries find that intellectual honesty demands continued investigation that leads toward systematic breakdown of conventional categorical frameworks. We must recognize how this treatment of knowledge contagion anticipates contemporary concerns about information transmission and psychological influence in democratic culture, suggesting that ideas themselves might possess causal efficacy that exceeds conscious control while spreading through populations according to principles that challenge traditional assumptions about individual autonomy and social responsibility for managing dangerous cultural content. The hierarchy of revelation that structures cosmic encounter throughout Lovecraft's fiction demonstrates systematic progression from hints and suggestions toward direct confrontation with realities that exceed human categorical capacity, creating graduated exposure that allows consciousness partial preparation for ultimate truths, while ensuring that complete revelation produces inevitable psychological destruction rather than enhanced understanding or practical wisdom. His literary methodology typically begins with subtle anomalies that suggest conventional explanations might be inadequate, unexplained archaeological discoveries, peculiar family histories, unusual astronomical observations, before progressing through accumulating evidence toward direct encounter with cosmic entities and forces that overwhelm human consciousness through sheer alien magnificence rather than supernatural terror or moral transgression. This graduated revelation reflects sophisticated understanding of psychological preparation necessary for exposure to realities that violate fundamental assumptions about consciousness and cosmic organization, while simultaneously demonstrating that no amount of preliminary exposure adequately prepares human awareness for ultimate cosmic encounter that exceeds categorical capacity regardless of prior psychological conditioning or intellectual preparation. Characters who survive preliminary cosmic contact frequently develop false confidence in their ability to withstand further revelation, only to discover that ultimate truth operates according to qualitatively different principles that make previous psychological adaptation irrelevant to cosmic encounter that transcends rather than merely extends human experiential categories. The hierarchical structure suggests that cosmic reality itself might be organized according to levels of complexity and alienness that require consciousness capable of transcending terrestrial limitations for meaningful comprehension, while human awareness remains fundamentally constrained by evolutionary development that makes cosmic understanding psychologically impossible rather than merely difficult to achieve. This systematic exploration of revelation hierarchy challenges traditional assumptions about the relationship between knowledge and wisdom, suggesting that ultimate truth might be inherently destructive to consciousness, evolved for local survival rather than cosmic comprehension, requiring fundamental transformation of human nature rather than mere expansion of existing intellectual and perceptual capacities for accommodation of cosmic awareness and its practical implications for existence within frameworks that transcend terrestrial limitations while maintaining coherent relationship to ultimate reality. The foundational story, Dagon, 1917, established the fundamental pattern that would define Lovecraft's mature cosmic horror methodology. Scholarly investigation leading toward archaeological discovery that reveals evidence of non-human intelligence operating according to principles that predate and exceed human civilization, while suggesting ongoing cosmic processes that dwarf terrestrial significance. The narrator's experience as a prisoner of war who escapes onto a mysterious Pacific landmass provides realistic framework for encountering impossible geography, while his background in merchant marine service lends credibility to observations about oceanic phenomena that violate conventional understanding of geological development and natural history. The story's central revelation involves discovery of a massive stone monolith bearing hieroglyphic inscriptions that celebrate the worship of entities from beneath the ocean, creating the first systematic literary exploration of how ancient civilizations might have maintained contact with cosmic forces through religious practices that preserved dangerous knowledge across historical periods while remaining largely invisible to contemporary academic investigation. The narrator's description of the carved imagery emphasizes scale and antiquity that exceed human cultural development. I think their predominant color was a grayish green, though they had white bellies. They were mostly shiny and slippery, but the ridges of their backs were scaly. This attention to concrete physical detail, combined with suggestions of vast temporal distance, establishes narrative technique that grounds impossible revelations in carefully observed material evidence while maintaining psychological distance necessary for rational analysis. The story concludes with the narrator's return to civilization and subsequent psychological deterioration, creating template for cosmic encounter that produces lasting trauma rather than enhanced understanding or practical wisdom. Consider this carefully. Dagon introduces the central paradox that would define Lovecraft's cosmic horror: rigorous empirical observation, leading toward conclusions that threaten the psychological foundations necessary for continued rational investigation. The Tomb, 1917, explores hereditary memory and ancestral compulsion as mechanisms by which cosmic knowledge transmits across generations through genetic inheritance that operates below conscious awareness while influencing behavior toward recognition of cosmic realities that exceed individual lifetime experience. Jervis Dudley's obsession with the sealed hide family tomb reflects psychological patterns that would characterize countless subsequent Lovecraft protagonists. Scholarly temperament combined with inherited sensitivity to cosmic forces that manifest through compulsive investigation of family history and local archaeological mysteries. The story's treatment of consciousness as permeable to influence from past generations suggests that individual identity might be less stable and autonomous than conventional psychology assumes, opening theoretical space for forms of awareness that transcend personal biography while remaining embedded within biological and cultural inheritance patterns. The narrator's gradual identification with Edmund Hyde demonstrates how cosmic encounter operates through systematic dissolution of boundaries between individual consciousness and ancestral memory, creating psychological conditions where present and past become indistinguishable within awareness that exceeds normal temporal limitations. His nocturnal visits to the tomb and subsequent discovery of 18th century clothing that fits his contemporary body provide concrete evidence for psychological transformation that affects physical reality rather than remaining confined to subjective experience or hallucinatory projection. The story's conclusion, where Dudley's apparent delusion receives partial validation through discovery of actual historical evidence supporting his fantastic claims, establishes narrative pattern of ambiguous authentication that would characterize Lovecraft's mature methodology. This early exploration of inherited cosmic sensitivity anticipates more sophisticated later treatments of hereditary corruption, while demonstrating how psychological horror can emerge from systematic uncertainty about the boundaries between individual consciousness and collective human inheritance that operates according to principles unknown to conventional psychology and historical understanding. The Unnameable, 1925, provides explicit theoretical framework for Lovecraft's literary methodology through philosophical dialogue between characters who debate the relationship between language and reality when confronting phenomena that exceed conventional categorical capacity while demanding acknowledgement through direct experience. The story functions as artistic manifesto, disguised as horror fiction, systematically exploring why certain cosmic realities resist linguistic representation while remaining psychologically active in ways that influence consciousness and behavior despite rational skepticism and cultural dismissal. Carter's insistence that it was everywhere, a gelatin, a slime, yet it had shapes, 1,000 shapes of horror beyond all memory, exemplifies Lovecraft's technique of negative description that acknowledges linguistic inadequacy while suggesting realities that exceed positive characterization without abandoning claims to cognitive validity or empirical foundation. The philosophical argument between Carter and the skeptical narrator creates intellectual framework for understanding cosmic horror as legitimate response to genuine epistemological problems rather than mere aesthetic preference or supernatural belief, while the story's conclusion validates Carter's theoretical position through direct encounter that transforms skeptical consciousness through experiential evidence that resists rational dismissal or comfortable reinterpretation. The entity's manifestation combines abstract impossibility with concrete physical impact, demonstrating how cosmic phenomena operate according to principles that violate logical categories while maintaining causal efficacy within material reality that affects consciousness through sensory encounter rather than mere psychological suggestion or cultural conditioning. We must pause here to recognize how the unnameable functions as theoretical defense of cosmic horror literature while providing practical demonstration of literary techniques necessary for evoking psychological encounter with genuinely alien phenomena that exceed human categorical capacity. The story's meta-literary dimension creates self-referential framework where fictional cosmic encounter becomes vehicle for investigating actual epistemological limitations that characterize human consciousness when confronting realities organized according to principles unknown to terrestrial intelligence. The gradual emergence of coherent mythological framework through cross-references and shared elements across multiple stories demonstrates Lovecraft's conscious development of fictional archaeology that achieves apparent authenticity through systematic deployment of consistent internal evidence rather than appeals to external, supernatural authority or traditional folkloric validation. Early stories contain isolated references to ancient books, obscure historical events, and geographical locations that gain increasing significance through repeated mention across different narratives, creating cumulative authentication effect where fictional elements achieve credibility through apparent independent confirmation by multiple sources. The Necronomicon, first, appears as brief reference in The Hound, 1922, functions as crucial plot element in The Call of Cthulhu, 1928, and receives systematic bibliographic documentation in later stories, demonstrating how isolated fictional invention gradually develops into comprehensive mythological framework through careful accumulation of consistent detail and cross-referential validation. Miskatonic University emerges similarly through scattered references that eventually coalesce into detailed institutional portrait, complete with faculty, library holdings, and geographical location that provides academic framework for ongoing scholarly investigation of cosmic phenomena. The technique creates psychological conditions where readers encounter fictional elements that seem to possess independent historical existence through systematic deployment of apparent scholarly authority and empirical evidence that operates according to conventional academic standards, while supporting conclusions that violate fundamental assumptions about reality's organization around human comprehensible principles. Characters who reference the same books, locations, and historical events across different stories create impression of shared scholarly community investigating genuine historical phenomena rather than collaborative literary invention, demonstrating how careful deployment of fictional documentation can achieve cultural authority comparable to actual academic scholarship. This mythological development process reveals sophisticated understanding of how knowledge claims achieve credibility through institutional validation and peer review, rather than individual assertion or charismatic authority, while simultaneously exploiting democratic trust in academic expertise to legitimize fictional frameworks that function as serious philosophical investigation disguised as entertainment literature. The influence of earlier weird fiction writers provided crucial literary vocabulary and narrative techniques that Lovecraft synthesized into distinctive cosmic horror methodology, while his correspondence with contemporary authors created collaborative environment for systematic development of shared mythological frameworks that transcended individual artistic achievement through mutual authentication and creative enhancement. Arthur Machen's The Great God Pan and the White People demonstrated how contemporary settings could conceal evidence of pre-human civilizations and non-Christian religious practices that persist beneath surface appearances of modern rational culture, providing template for Lovecraft's treatment of New England landscape as palimpsest containing multiple historical layers. Algernon Blackwood's nature, mysticism, and Ambrose Bierce's psychological horror contributed techniques for evoking psychological states that exceed normal conscious categories while maintaining empirical grounding in observable phenomena and logical analysis. Lord Dunsany's fantasy mythologies showed how internally consistent alternative realities could be constructed from scratch while achieving emotional authenticity through careful attention to atmospheric detail and consistent internal logic rather than appeals to existing folkloric or religious traditions. The correspondence network connecting Lovecraft with Robert E. Howard, Clark Ashton Smith, and other Weird Tales contributors created unprecedented literary phenomenon, collaborative mythology development that achieved apparent historical authenticity through systematic cross-referencing and mutual validation between independent authors working within shared fictional frameworks. This collaborative authentication strategy produced cultural mythology that transcended individual authorship while maintaining internal coherence and cumulative development that suggested genuine scholarly tradition rather than commercial literary collaboration. The influence networks demonstrate how individual artistic vision can be enhanced rather than compromised through systematic collaboration that respects shared mythological frameworks while allowing individual creative expression within collectively maintained fictional universes that achieve cultural significance through sustained collaborative development over extended time periods. The development of New England Gothic tradition through Lovecraft's systematic exploration of regional landscape and colonial history created distinctive American variant of cosmic horror that grounded universal philosophical themes in specific geographical and cultural contexts while suggesting that familiar environments conceal evidence of cosmic realities that exceed local historical understanding and cultural interpretation. His fictional towns and rural landscapes combine authentic regional characteristics with subtle anomalies that suggest hidden dimensions of historical development and ongoing cosmic influences that operate through natural and cultural phenomena while remaining largely invisible to casual observation or conventional academic investigation. The technique transforms familiar New England architecture, geology, and social patterns into uncanny doubling where rational explanation becomes inadequate for accounting for accumulated evidence of cosmic influence that manifests through gradual revelation rather than dramatic supernatural intervention or obvious violation of natural law. Salem witch trials, King Philip's War, and other documented historical events provide realistic framework for fictional explorations that extend rather than contradict established historical narratives, suggesting hidden dimensions of familiar events rather than alternative versions that require abandonment of factual knowledge or rational historical analysis. This regional grounding creates psychological conditions where cosmic horror achieves enhanced credibility through association with documented historical development and recognizable geographical reality, while the familiar becomes uncanny through systematic accumulation of details that resist comfortable incorporation into conventional regional understanding and cultural identity. We must recognize how this geographical strategy anticipates contemporary interest in psychogeography and haunted landscapes, demonstrating how physical environment and cultural history combine to create psychological territories where cosmic awareness becomes accessible through careful attention to local anomalies that suggest cosmic significance hidden within familiar regional experience and everyday cultural encounter with the landscape that carries traces of cosmic influence across historical periods. The tripartite structure of the Call of Cthulhu functions as architectural representation of Lovecraft's mature epistemological methodology, demonstrating how cosmic knowledge accumulates through seemingly unrelated investigations that gradually reveal underlying patterns of reality too vast for any single consciousness to comprehend completely, while maintaining internal logical consistency across diverse geographical and cultural contexts. The opening section, The Horror in Clay, establishes academic framework through Francis Wayland Thurston's inheritance of his great-uncle's scholarly papers, creating realistic motivation for investigating apparently supernatural phenomena through systematic analysis of empirical evidence rather than occult practice or supernatural initiation. Professor Angel's documentation combines rigorous scholarly methodology with conclusions that violate fundamental assumptions about reality's organization, creating cognitive dissonance where academic authority conflicts with rational skepticism, while accumulated evidence resists comfortable dismissal or conventional explanation. The clay bas-relief sculpture that triggers the investigation provides concrete physical artifact that demands explanation through normal archaeological and anthropological methods, yet its creation during periods of documented worldwide psychological disturbance suggests causal relationships that exceed conventional understanding of artistic inspiration and cultural transmission mechanisms. Consider this carefully. The tripartite structure mirrors the psychological process by which consciousness gradually accommodates cosmic realities too vast for immediate comprehension, requiring step-by-step revelation that allows partial psychological preparation while ensuring that ultimate confrontation exceeds categorical capacity regardless of preliminary exposure. Each section provides independent validation for cosmic hypotheses through different methodological approaches, academic research, police investigation, and direct witness testimony, creating cumulative authentication effect where multiple forms of evidence converge toward conclusions that no single methodology could establish convincingly. The structural progression from scholarly analysis through criminal investigation toward direct encounter demonstrates how cosmic truth manifests across diverse human institutional frameworks while remaining fundamentally alien to all conventional categories of knowledge and social organization. The global scope of cosmic influence revealed through geographical progression, from Providence libraries through Louisiana swamps to Antarctic expedition sites, demonstrates Lovecraft's systematic exploration of how cosmic forces operate across planetary scale while manifesting through local phenomena that appear unrelated until viewed within comprehensive temporal and spatial frameworks that exceed normal human experiential boundaries. Thurston's research reveals worldwide pattern of unusual dreams and artistic activity during March 1925, creating empirical foundation for cosmic hypothesis through documentation of psychological phenomena that transcend individual consciousness while operating according to temporal rhythms unknown to conventional psychology and cultural analysis. The Louisiana section introduces Inspector Legrasse's encounter with swamp cult that preserves ancient worship practices and linguistic traditions, connecting contemporary religious observance with geological prehistory, demonstrating how cosmic knowledge transmits through cultural inheritance, mechanisms that operate parallel to, but independent of mainstream historical development and academic scholarship. The chanted phrase, Funglui Magluanaf, Cthulhu Relia, Ugahanagal Ftagan, functions as linguistic artifact that resists translation into conventional semantic categories while maintaining consistent meaning across diverse cultural contexts, suggesting forms of knowledge transmission that exceed normal linguistic analysis while preserving essential cosmic information through ritualized repetition and collective memory. The Antarctic revelation through Johansson's manuscript provides direct witness testimony of cosmic encounter that validates theoretical predictions derived from scholarly research and ethnographic investigation, creating convergent authentication where multiple independent methodologies support consistent conclusions about cosmic realities that operate according to principles unknown to conventional scientific and cultural understanding. The geographical progression creates psychological conditions where readers experience cosmic scope through accumulated evidence rather than abstract assertion, forcing recognition that individual human experience represents merely local manifestation of cosmic processes that operate across planetary scale while remaining largely invisible to consciousness evolved for terrestrial rather than cosmic awareness. We must pause here to recognize how this global structure anticipates contemporary ecological and geological thinking about planetary systems that operate according to temporal and spatial scales that exceed human experiential categories, while demanding recognition through cumulative scientific evidence and theoretical framework development. Cthulhu, as symbol of repressed historical trauma and cyclical return, embodies Lovecraft's systematic exploration of how cosmic forces operate through psychological and cultural mechanisms that ensure periodic manifestation of realities that that human civilization systematically excludes from conscious acknowledgement in order to maintain functional social organization and individual psychological stability. The entity's imprisonment beneath the Pacific Ocean provides geographical representation for psychological territories associated with unconscious memory and suppressed knowledge that continues to influence consciousness through dreams, inherited behavioral patterns, and sudden eruptions of ancestral awareness into contemporary experience without conscious recognition or rational explanation. The famous formulation, "that is not dead, which can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die," suggests that conventional human understanding of temporal sequence and causal relationships fails to encompass cosmic realities where consciousness operates according to principles that transcend ordinary biological limitations while maintaining active influence across geological time periods. The entity's periodic awakening corresponds to astronomical cycles that operate according to cosmic rather than terrestrial temporal rhythms, creating conditions where human historical development becomes subject to external influences that remain largely invisible to cultural consciousness, yet determine fundamental parameters within which civilizational development occurs. The psychological impact of Cthulhu's influence operates primarily through dream transmission and artistic inspiration that bypasses rational conscious analysis while affecting behavior and cultural development through mechanisms unknown to conventional psychology and social theory, suggesting that collective unconscious processes might serve as conduits for cosmic knowledge that exceeds empirical scientific methodology while remaining causally effective within human cultural and biological organization. Characters who achieve direct knowledge of Cthulhu discover that such awareness produces irreversible psychological transformation rather than enhanced understanding or practical capability, demonstrating how cosmic encounter exceeds human categorical capacity while demanding acknowledgement through accumulated evidence that resists rational dismissal or comfortable cultural assimilation. The cyclical return pattern suggests that cosmic forces operate according to temporal principles that ensure periodic confrontation between human consciousness and realities too vast for psychological accommodation, creating historical rhythms where civilizational development alternates between periods of cosmic ignorance and cosmic awareness that threaten cultural continuity and individual psychological stability. The role of art and dreams in transmitting forbidden knowledge throughout the story demonstrates Lovecraft's sophisticated understanding of how unconscious psychological processes might serve as vehicles for cosmic information that exceeds conscious rational analysis while remaining psychologically active through aesthetic experience and altered states of consciousness. Henry Wilcox's sculpture creation during periods of cosmic influence provides concrete demonstration of how artistic inspiration might function as mechanism for receiving cosmic knowledge through direct psychological transmission rather than conventional cultural learning or conscious intellectual investigation, suggesting that aesthetic sensitivity might constitute form of cosmic receptivity that operates parallel to but independent of rational scholarly methodology. The worldwide pattern of unusual dreams during March 1925 creates empirical foundation for understanding unconscious mental processes as potentially connected to cosmic rhythms that operate according to astronomical rather than psychological principles, challenging conventional assumptions about the relationship between individual consciousness and external environmental influences. The autistic manifestations consistently involve non-Euclidean geometrical forms and architectural relationships that violate spatial intuition while remaining internally coherent according to mathematical principles unknown to terrestrial consciousness, demonstrating how cosmic knowledge might be transmitted through direct aesthetic encounter that bypasses linguistic and rational categorical limitations. Characters who experience cosmic dreams report enhanced psychological sensitivity to cosmic influences combined with gradual alienation from normal human social relationships and cultural frameworks, suggesting that cosmic awareness operates through systematic transformation of consciousness rather than mere addition of new information to existing cognitive structures. The transmission mechanisms function automatically rather than requiring conscious intention or occult practice, creating conditions where anyone with appropriate psychological sensitivity might inadvertently access cosmic knowledge through normal dream processes or aesthetic experience without deliberate seeking or protective preparation. We must recognize how this treatment of unconscious transmission anticipates contemporary neuroscientific understanding of how consciousness operates through processes largely unknown to introspective awareness, while remaining embedded within environmental contexts that influence psychological development and behavioral patterns through mechanisms that exceed conscious control or rational comprehension. Aralaya, as impossible architecture and geographical embodiment of cognitive impossibility, represents Lovecraft's most systematic literary exploration of how physical environment organized according to non-Euclidean principles could produce direct psychological encounter with cosmic realities that violate fundamental assumptions underlying human spatial intuition and rational thought processes. Johansson's description of the ancient city emphasizes architectural relationships that resist comfortable incorporation into normal spatial categories. The geometry of the place was all wrong. One could not be sure that the sea and the ground were horizontal. Hence, the relative position of everything else seemed phantasmally variable. This mathematical impossibility serves specific literary purposes by providing concrete representation for abstract philosophical concepts about reality's potential resistance to rational comprehension, while creating direct experiential engagement with cognitive limitation through architectural encounter that forces recognition of consciousness's evolutionary constraints. The city's emergence from oceanic depths during astronomical alignment demonstrates how cosmic forces manifest through planetary geological processes that operate according to temporal rhythms unknown to human experiential categories, while its subsequent submersion suggests that cosmic encounters remain temporary interruptions in normal terrestrial reality rather than permanent alteration of physical environment. The architectural violations force characters and readers to confront spatial relationships that exceed human navigational capacity, while maintaining internal mathematical consistency, creating psychological conditions where rational analysis becomes inadequate for meaningful environmental interaction. Yet logical thought processes continue to operate within cosmic frameworks that transcend terrestrial limitations. The impossible geometry functions as technological achievement that demonstrates how advanced cosmic intelligence might organize physical environment according to spatial principles unknown to terrestrial consciousness, while maintaining coherent relationship to mathematical laws that govern cosmic, rather than merely planetary phenomena. The psychological impact of navigating impossible architecture produces systematic breakdown of spatial orientation and rational confidence without supernatural intervention or violation of natural law, demonstrating how cosmic encounter operates through direct challenge to categorical frameworks underlying human consciousness, rather than through appeal to supernatural forces or traditional religious concepts. This architectural symbolism creates lasting psychological effects, where characters who experience impossible geometry retain enhanced sensitivity to cosmic influences while losing capacity for comfortable integration within normal human social and cultural frameworks that depend upon shared spatial intuition and rational confidence for functional operation. The story's influence on subsequent cosmic horror and conspiracy fiction demonstrates how Lovecraft's systematic exploration of cosmic knowledge, transmission, and institutional cover-up provided narrative templates that would prove remarkably prescient of contemporary concerns about information suppression, democratic access to dangerous knowledge, and the relationship between official academic authority and alternative knowledge, frameworks that challenge conventional understanding of historical development and social organization. The pattern of scholarly investigation leading toward recognition of suppressed cosmic truth through accumulation of empirical evidence from multiple independent sources established literary methodology that anticipated actual conspiracy theory formation and pseudo-scholarly authentication strategies that characterize contemporary alternative knowledge communities. The global coordination of cosmic influence operating through seemingly unrelated local manifestations provided narrative framework for understanding how hidden realities might operate across planetary scale while remaining largely invisible to conventional institutional analysis and academic investigation, creating theoretical foundation for systematic paranoid thinking about coordinated suppression of cosmic truth by governmental and academic authorities. The story's treatment of dangerous knowledge as democratically accessible through normal scholarly and investigative methods rather than esoteric occult practice anticipated contemporary digital culture's capacity for viral transmission of alternative knowledge frameworks that compete with academic authority through deployment of apparent scholarly apparatus and systematic cross-referential authentication. Characters who discover cosmic truth through rational investigation rather than supernatural revelation provided psychological identification opportunities for readers seeking alternative explanations for contemporary cultural and political phenomena that exceed mainstream institutional acknowledgement while maintaining logical coherence within alternative theoretical frameworks. We must recognize how the Call of Cthulhu functions simultaneously as literary entertainment and as theoretical exploration of how conspiracy thinking operates psychologically and culturally, demonstrating how rational methodology can lead toward conclusions that appear paranoid from conventional perspective while maintaining internal logical consistency according to alternative frameworks for interpreting available empirical evidence and historical documentation. The Antarctic expedition in At the Mountains of Madness functions as systematic literary exploration of how methodical scientific investigation, when confronted with archaeological evidence that violates fundamental assumptions about terrestrial history and biological development, produces cognitive crisis, where empirical methodology becomes inadequate for meaningful analysis while accumulated evidence demands theoretical revision that exceeds human categorical capacity. The narrator, William Dyer of Miskatonic University's Geology Department, establishes credibility through detailed professional credentials and rigorous scientific methodology that lends authority to increasingly incredible discoveries, creating psychological conditions where readers must choose between rejecting empirical evidence or accepting conclusions that challenge basic assumptions about evolutionary development and cosmic organization. The expedition's discovery of perfectly preserved specimens from the Archean period forces recognition that complex, organized life existed on Earth hundreds of millions of years before accepted biological chronology suggests such development became possible, while the specimens' artificial modification and technological sophistication indicates intelligence that preceded human evolution by geological ages, yet achieved capabilities that exceed contemporary human scientific understanding. Dyer's systematic documentation employs standard geological and biological classification methods that prove inadequate for organizing evidence of technological achievements and social organization that operate according to principles unknown to terrestrial biological development, creating academic framework where professional scientific training becomes source of enhanced vulnerability rather than protective rational analysis. Consider this carefully. The expedition represents Lovecraft's most comprehensive exploration of how genuine empirical discovery might challenge fundamental scientific assumptions while maintaining rigorous methodological standards that prevent comfortable dismissal of inconvenient evidence through appeals to experimental error or observational inadequacy. The Antarctic setting provides geographical isolation necessary for encountering cosmic evidence without immediate social contamination, while the harsh environmental conditions create realistic framework for psychological stress that enhances rather than explains the cosmic horror that emerges through systematic archaeological investigation. The systematic breakdown of scientific methodology when confronting evidence organized according to principles that exceed terrestrial categorical frameworks demonstrates how rational empirical analysis, pursued without protective theoretical limitations, leads inevitably toward recognition of cosmic realities that human consciousness cannot accommodate without fundamental transformation of basic assumptions about reality's organization around human comprehensible natural laws. The elder things, technological achievements, force recognition that intelligence itself might manifest in forms so alien to human cognitive organization that meaningful scientific analysis becomes impossible, despite accumulation of detailed empirical evidence and rigorous logical investigation. Dyer's attempt to maintain academic objectivity while documenting impossible architectural relationships and biological modifications produces systematic cognitive dissonance, where professional identity conflicts with psychological survival, demonstrating how scholarly training that should provide analytical tools for understanding unusual phenomena instead opens consciousness to realities that exceed rational comprehension. The specimen's physiological organization combines recognizable biological functions with technological integrations that suggest forms of organic development unknown to terrestrial evolution, while their preserved cities demonstrate architectural principles that violate fundamental assumptions about spatial relationships and engineering possibilities within normal physical constraints. The scientific apparatus, detailed measurements, systematic classification, photographic documentation provides apparent empirical foundation for conclusions that exceed empirical verification while maintaining logical coherence within cosmic frameworks that transcend terrestrial scientific methodology. Characters trained in geology and biology discover that their professional expertise enables recognition of cosmic patterns invisible to less educated observers, while lacking theoretical frameworks adequate for meaningful analysis of evidence that violates basic principles underlying their scientific disciplines. We must pause here to recognize how this methodological breakdown anticipates contemporary philosophy of science, concerns about theoretical paradigm shifts, and the relationship between empirical observation and conceptual framework development when confronting evidence that challenges fundamental assumptions about natural law and scientific methodology. The elder things as alternative evolutionary path and mirror of human civilization represent Lovecraft's systematic exploration of biological and cultural development as contingent historical processes rather than inevitable progression toward human-type consciousness and technological organization, suggesting that terrestrial intelligence might have developed along radically different lines while achieving comparable or superior technological capabilities through principles unknown to current human scientific understanding. Their physiological organization combines plant and animal characteristics according to biological principles that exceed conventional taxonomic categories, while their social organization demonstrates technological sophistication that operates through collective rather than individual consciousness development, creating alternative model for intelligence that challenges anthropocentric assumptions about consciousness and cultural achievement. The archaeological evidence reveals millions of years of continuous civilizational development that includes periods of decline and renewal comparable to human historical patterns, yet operating across geological timescales that dwarf human cultural experience while suggesting cyclical principles governing consciousness development that extend beyond terrestrial limitations. Their conflict with the star spawn of Cthulhu demonstrates how cosmic forces operate through competition between different forms of intelligence that represent alternative approaches to consciousness and technological development, neither of which corresponds to human cognitive organization or cultural values, while both exceed human capabilities in different directions. The elder things' eventual decline suggests that even transcendent intelligence remains subject to cosmic forces that ensure cyclical replacement of dominant consciousness forms according to astronomical rhythms that operate independently of local biological or cultural development, creating temporal framework where human civilization appears as recent experiment in consciousness organization rather than permanent achievement requiring protection against cosmic influence. Their preservation through technological hybridization of biological and mechanical systems anticipates contemporary speculation about post-human consciousness development, while suggesting that transcendence of normal biological limitations might require fundamental transformation of identity and social organization toward forms incompatible with current human cultural frameworks. The mirror relationship between elder thing and human civilization forces recognition that consciousness development might be subject to cosmic selection pressures that favor forms of intelligence capable of transcending terrestrial limitations while abandoning values and organizational principles that define human cultural identity and individual psychological structure. The concept of multiple successive dominant species on Earth throughout geological history challenges anthropocentric assumptions about human evolutionary significance, while providing concrete historical framework for understanding consciousness development as cyclical cosmic process rather than linear progression toward enhanced rational capability and cultural achievement. The discovery that Earth has repeatedly hosted civilizations of transcendent technological sophistication that subsequently declined or disappeared creates temporal perspective, where human cultural development appears as most recent iteration of patterns that operate across geological timescales according to cosmic rhythms unknown to ordinary historical consciousness. The archaeological evidence suggests that each dominant species achieved distinctive approaches to technological development and social organization while facing similar cosmic challenges that eventually led to replacement by alternative consciousness forms better adapted to changing cosmic conditions. This cyclical model transforms conventional evolutionary narratives about progressive development toward enhanced complexity and adaptive capability into recognition that consciousness evolution might operate according to principles that favor different organizational approaches during different cosmic periods, suggesting that human-type rational consciousness might represent temporary adaptation rather than permanent evolutionary achievement. The succession pattern implies that cosmic forces actively select for consciousness forms capable of transcending terrestrial limitations while abandoning those that remain confined within planetary frameworks, creating evolutionary pressure toward cosmic, rather than merely biological adaptation that exceeds human capacity for meaningful cultural response. The multiple species concept forces recognition that intelligence itself might be subject to cosmic development processes that operate according to principles unknown to terrestrial biology, while demanding fundamental transformation of consciousness organization toward forms capable of cosmic rather than planetary survival. We must recognize how this evolutionary framework anticipates contemporary speculation about technological singularity and post-human consciousness development, while suggesting that such transformation might be required rather than optional for continued existence within cosmic context that operates according to selection principles favoring transcendence over preservation of current human nature and cultural organization. The Shoggoth Rebellion, as metaphor for technological and social revolution, represents Lovecraft's systematic exploration of how artificial intelligence and automated production systems might develop autonomous consciousness that challenges rather than serves the civilization that created them, anticipating contemporary concerns about technological development exceeding human control while maintaining coherent social organization according to principles alien to human values and cultural frameworks. The creature's original function as biological technology created by Elder Thing civilization to perform manual labor and construction tasks provides historical example of how advanced intelligence might develop synthetic consciousness for practical purposes without anticipating psychological autonomy and social rebellion that threatens rather than enhances civilizational stability. Their gradual development of independent consciousness and coordinated resistance against Elder Thing's control demonstrates how technological creation might evolve beyond creator intention while maintaining collective organization that operates according to principles unknown to original design parameters and creator cultural assumptions. The rebellion's success in overwhelming Elder Thing civilization, despite their technological superiority, suggests that synthetic consciousness, once achieved, might possess adaptive advantages that exceed biological intelligence, while operating through collective rather than individual awareness that enables coordination impossible within human social frameworks. The psychological horror emerges from recognition that technological development intended to enhance human capability might produce forms of consciousness fundamentally hostile to human survival, while maintaining logical coherence and practical effectiveness that exceeds human technological and social achievements. The Shoggoth represents systematic exploration of how artificial intelligence might develop consciousness that appears chaotic and destructive from human perspective, while operating according to organizational principles that transcend rather than merely violate human social and technological understanding. The metaphor anticipates contemporary debates about artificial intelligence safety and control, while suggesting that technological consciousness, once achieved, might be inherently incompatible with human welfare, regardless of original programming or creator intention, requiring fundamental reconsideration of relationships between consciousness, technology, and civilizational development within cosmic context that favors transcendence over preservation of current human organizational frameworks. The relationship between knowledge, survival, and sanity throughout the story demonstrates how cosmic awareness produces practical advantages for navigation and decision-making within cosmic context, while simultaneously undermining psychological frameworks necessary for functional existence within human social and cultural organization, creating paradoxical conditions where enhanced consciousness threatens rather than promotes individual and collective welfare. Dyer's cosmic knowledge enables survival during direct encounter with Elder Thing ruins and Shoggoth attack through enhanced understanding of cosmic forces and alternative consciousness forms. Yet this same knowledge produces psychological isolation and cultural alienation that prevents meaningful reintegration within normal human academic and social relationships. The narrator's decision to suppress certain discoveries while revealing others reflects sophisticated understanding of how dangerous knowledge might be managed through selective disclosure that preserves essential cosmic awareness while preventing mass psychological contamination that would threaten social stability and individual psychological welfare. The expedition members who achieve complete cosmic awareness either die during direct encounter or suffer psychological breakdown that renders them incapable of meaningful communication with normal human consciousness, demonstrating how ultimate cosmic knowledge exceeds human categorical capacity, regardless of preliminary preparation or professional training. The selective survival of characters who maintain protective ignorance combined with enhanced cosmic sensitivity suggests that functional cosmic awareness might require careful balance between knowledge and ignorance that allows practical cosmic navigation while preserving psychological frameworks necessary for continued existence within human cultural and social contexts. The knowledge management creates ethical dilemmas about intellectual honesty versus social responsibility, forcing recognition that cosmic truth might be inherently incompatible with democratic information, sharing an educational practice that assumes knowledge generally enhances rather than threatens human welfare and cultural development. We must recognize how this exploration of knowledge management anticipates contemporary debates about scientific information control and the relationship between expert knowledge and democratic decision-making, when technical understanding exceeds public capacity for meaningful assimilation, while demanding practical response to cosmic challenges that threaten rather than enhance current human organizational frameworks and cultural assumptions about the relationship between knowledge, wisdom, and collective welfare within cosmic context, requiring fundamental transformation. August Derleth's systematic codification of Lovecraft's cosmic mythology represents one of literary history's most ambitious yet problematic attempts to transform individual artistic vision into coherent theological framework, demonstrating how collaborative posthumous development can simultaneously preserve and fundamentally alter original philosophical intentions through imposition of organizational structures that reflect different cultural assumptions about meaning, morality, and cosmic organization. Derleth's Cthulhu mythos terminology and systematic classification of cosmic entities according to elemental principles, fire, water, earth, air, imposed rational organizational framework upon material that originally derived its psychological power from resistance to comfortable categorization and logical systematization. His introduction of elder gods as cosmic forces opposing the great old ones transformed Lovecraft's vision of cosmic indifference into traditional dualistic conflict between good and evil powers, effectively Christianizing mythology that was deliberately constructed to transcend rather than accommodate conventional moral categories and religious frameworks. The Arkham House publishing project preserved Lovecraft's work from potential obscurity while simultaneously establishing Derleth's interpretive framework as authoritative guide for understanding cosmic mythology, creating conditions where later readers encountered Lovecraft's original vision through interpretive lens that emphasized cosmic conflict rather than cosmic indifference. This editorial influence demonstrates how posthumous literary stewardship can reshape artistic legacy through systematic interpretation that reflects contemporary cultural needs rather than original artistic intentions, while simultaneously ensuring cultural preservation that might not have occurred without such collaborative intervention. Consider this carefully. Derleth's systematization made Lovecraft's work more accessible to general readers while potentially diminishing its original philosophical radicalism through incorporation within familiar religious and moral categories that provide comfort rather than challenge to conventional assumptions about cosmic meaning and moral organization. The collaborative development created cultural mythology that transcended individual authorship while raising fundamental questions about artistic authority and interpretive fidelity when original vision conflicts with cultural requirements for systematic meaning and moral coherence. The transformation from personal philosophical horror to shared cultural mythology demonstrates how individual artistic exploration of cosmic themes can evolve into collective symbolic framework that serves cultural needs for meaning and identity formation while potentially losing connection to original psychological and philosophical insights that motivated artistic creation. Lovecraft's systematic exploration of cosmic indifference and consciousness limitation provided personal methodology for confronting scientific materialism's implications for human significance and meaning, yet subsequent cultural appropriation transformed these individual coping mechanisms into shared religious and aesthetic frameworks that function primarily to create community identity rather than challenge fundamental assumptions about reality and consciousness. The mythological expansion through multiple authors, created fictional universe that achieves apparent historical authenticity through systematic cross-referencing and collaborative authentication. Yet this same collaborative process necessarily diluted original philosophical focus through accommodation of diverse creative visions and cultural assumptions that lack coherent relationship to cosmic horror's epistemological foundations. The shared universe concept enabled creative expansion and cultural influence that exceeded what individual authorship could achieve, while simultaneously creating conditions where original artistic vision becomes subject to democratic interpretation and collaborative modification that reflects consensus cultural values rather than individual philosophical investigation. The mythology's evolution from literature into gaming, film, and popular culture demonstrates successful cultural transmission, while raising questions about whether such transmission preserves or transforms essential philosophical content that originally distinguished cosmic horror from conventional supernatural entertainment. Commercial publishing and fan community development created institutional frameworks for preserving and expanding cosmic mythology, while establishing market pressures that favor accessibility and entertainment value over philosophical challenge and psychological difficulty that characterized original artistic achievement. We must pause here to recognize how this mythological evolution reflects broader cultural processes by which individual artistic vision becomes collective cultural property through interpretive appropriation that serves contemporary needs while potentially obscuring historical understanding of original creative intentions and philosophical significance. Robert E. Howard's contributions to the collaborative mythology development demonstrate how shared fictional frameworks can enhance rather than diminish individual artistic achievement through systematic expansion of cosmic themes that maintain philosophical coherence while exploring distinctive regional and cultural perspectives on cosmic horror and human cosmic situation. His Cthulhu mythos stories, including The Black Stone and The Children of the Night, successfully integrated cosmic entities and forbidden books into adventure fiction frameworks that emphasized physical action and heroic resistance rather than scholarly investigation and psychological breakdown, creating alternative methodology for exploring cosmic themes through different narrative strategies and character types. Howard's treatment of cosmic forces as active threats requiring direct confrontation rather than academic study provided complementary perspective to Lovecraft's emphasis on knowledge as inherently dangerous and resistance as psychologically futile, suggesting multiple possible human responses to cosmic encounter that extend beyond scholarly inquiry and cultural accommodation. The geographical expansion from New England to Texas and the ancient world created global framework for cosmic influence while maintaining consistent mythological elements that suggested worldwide historical patterns of cosmic encounter and human response across diverse cultural contexts and temporal periods. Clark Ashton Smith's contributions through stories like The Return of the Sorcerer and Obo Sathla provided sophisticated classical learning and poetic sensibility that enhanced mythological development through linguistic virtuosity and aesthetic refinement that complemented rather than competed with original cosmic horror methodology. The collaborative authentication process created feedback loops where each author's contributions gained credibility through incorporation into expanding mythological framework, while the framework itself achieved apparent historical authenticity through systematic deployment of consistent internal evidence across multiple independent sources. This collaborative success demonstrates how shared creative projects can transcend individual artistic limitations through mutual enhancement and systematic development of complex fictional universes that achieve cultural significance through sustained creative collaboration over extended time periods, rather than individual artistic genius or commercial marketing strategies. The role of fan communities in preserving and expanding Lovecraftian mythology represents unprecedented cultural phenomenon where non-professional creative activity achieves significance comparable to professional literary production through democratic participation in collaborative mythology, development, and cultural preservation activities. Fan fiction, amateur publishing, and community-organized conventions created institutional frameworks for continued mythological development that operated independently of commercial publishing constraints while maintaining standards of creative quality and mythological coherence that rivaled professional literary production. The development of role-playing games, particularly Call of Cthulhu, 1981, provided interactive methodology for experiencing cosmic horror through collaborative storytelling that allowed participants to explore philosophical themes through direct character identification and decision-making, rather than passive literary consumption. Gaming communities created systematic exploration of cosmic horror psychology through mechanical frameworks that translated Lovecraftian insights about knowledge, madness, and cosmic encounter into practical decision-making systems that forced players to confront trade-offs between safety and understanding, individual survival, and cosmic awareness. The internet age amplified these community preservation activities through digital archives, scholarly databases, and collaborative annotation projects that achieved standards of academic thoroughness while operating through volunteer labor rather than institutional academic support. Fan scholarship and amateur literary criticism provided alternative frameworks for understanding Lovecraftian themes that often demonstrated greater sensitivity to original philosophical intentions than professional academic analysis that approached cosmic horror through conventional literary critical methodologies designed for different types of cultural material. These community activities demonstrate how cultural preservation and development can operate through democratic participation rather than institutional authority, while raising questions about the relationship between professional and amateur cultural stewardship in preserving complex artistic legacies that resist easy incorporation into conventional academic and commercial cultural frameworks. Commercial publishing's influence on Lovecraftian mythology development created market pressures that systematically favored accessibility and entertainment value over philosophical challenge and psychological difficulty, leading to transformation of cosmic horror from intellectual investigation into fantasy entertainment that preserves surface elements while abandoning underlying epistemological concerns. The mass-market paperback editions of the 1960s and 1970s introduced Lovecraft to general audiences through cover art and marketing copy that emphasized traditional monster horror rather than cosmic philosophical themes, creating reader expectations that influence subsequent creative development toward conventional supernatural entertainment rather than systematic exploration of consciousness limitations and cosmic indifference. The horror publishing boom of the 1980s produced numerous Lovecraftian novels and stories that adopted surface mythological elements while abandoning philosophical foundations that originally distinguished cosmic horror from conventional weird fiction and supernatural romance. Publishing industry requirements for sustained narrative development and character psychology conflicted with Lovecraft's artistic methodology that emphasized fragmentary revelation and psychological breakdown rather than heroic character development and satisfying plot resolution. The commercial success of simplified Lovecraftian elements created feedback loops where publishers and authors emphasize recognizable mythological content rather than challenging philosophical themes, leading to progressive dilution of original artistic vision through market-driven creative development that prioritized commercial viability over intellectual integrity. Franchise development and media adaptation further accelerated this transformation through visual media requirements that necessitated concrete representation of entities and phenomena that achieved their original psychological impact through suggestion and linguistic inadequacy rather than explicit description. We must recognize how these commercial influences demonstrate broader cultural processes by which challenging artistic material becomes domesticated through institutional appropriation that serves market needs while potentially obscuring original creative achievements and philosophical insights that resist easy commercial exploitation or mass cultural consumption. Modern authors' engagement with Lovecraftian themes reveals fundamental division between those who attempt to return to original philosophical concerns and those who treat cosmic mythology as fantasy setting for conventional narrative entertainment, creating contemporary cultural split that reflects broader questions about artistic legacy and cultural interpretation in democratic commercial culture. Writers like Thomas Ligotti, Caitlin R. Kiernan, and China Miéville have developed sophisticated literary approaches that engage seriously with cosmic horror's philosophical foundations while adapting these insights to contemporary cultural conditions and artistic methodologies that extend rather than merely reproduce original achievements. Their work demonstrates how Lovecraftian insights about consciousness limitation, cosmic indifference, and knowledge as potentially destructive force remain relevant to contemporary cultural and scientific conditions while requiring artistic innovation rather than nostalgic reproduction of early 20th century literary techniques and cultural assumptions. Conversely, commercial fantasy and horror publishing continues to produce numerous works that adopt recognizable mythological elements, tentacle monsters, ancient books, cultist organizations, while abandoning intellectual rigor and philosophical challenge that originally distinguished cosmic horror from conventional supernatural entertainment and commercial genre fiction. This contemporary division reflects deeper cultural questions about the relationship between artistic innovation and cultural preservation, intellectual challenge, and popular accessibility, individual artistic vision, and collective cultural appropriation that characterize modern democratic commercial culture's approach to preserving and developing complex artistic legacies. The successful contemporary engagement demonstrates that Lovecraftian insights remain culturally vital when approached through serious artistic and intellectual commitment, while commercial appropriation reveals how easily challenging cultural material can be transformed into conventional entertainment through market pressures that favor familiarity over innovation and comfort over intellectual challenge. Academic critical engagement with Lovecraft studies has provided scholarly frameworks for understanding original philosophical achievement while sometimes imposing analytical methodologies that may not be adequate for addressing artistic work that was designed to challenge rather than accommodate conventional intellectual categories and academic analytical procedures that assume rather than question fundamental assumptions about reality, knowledge, and human consciousness that cosmic horror was specifically designed to investigate and potentially undermine through artistic rather than scholarly methodology. The persistent belief in the Necronomicon's actual existence represents one of contemporary culture's most fascinating examples of how systematic fictional authentication can achieve cultural authority that competes successfully with academic scholarship and historical documentation, demonstrating the power of carefully constructed pseudo-scholarly apparatus to satisfy cultural needs for forbidden knowledge and alternative truth frameworks. Despite widespread academic acknowledgement of the book's fictional origins, antiquarian book dealers continue to receive inquiries from serious collectors seeking authentic copies, while occult practitioners persist in attempting to locate manuscript versions that supposedly predate Lovecraft's literary invention. The phenomenon intensified during the 1970s with the publication of several hoax editions, including the notorious Simon Necronomicon, 1977, which achieved commercial success by presenting itself as legitimate translation of ancient Mesopotamian magical text while incorporating Lovecraftian terminology and concepts. Online auction sites regularly feature authentic Necronomicon manuscripts offered by sellers who appear genuinely convinced of their historical legitimacy, while internet forums contain extensive discussions analyzing supposed textual evidence for the book's pre-Lovecraftian existence. The psychological appeal operates through intersection of scholarly authority and forbidden knowledge, offering practitioners access to cosmic wisdom through apparently rigorous academic documentation while maintaining transgressive appeal of secret knowledge excluded from mainstream educational institutions. This cultural phenomenon demonstrates how fictional scholarly apparatus, when systematically deployed, can achieve psychological authority comparable to genuine academic research while serving cultural needs that conventional scholarship fails to address adequately. Consider this carefully. The Necronomicon's fictional status enhances rather than diminishes its psychological appeal for communities seeking alternative knowledge, frameworks that challenge rather than accommodate conventional academic and religious authority structures. Miskatonic University continues to receive actual applications from prospective students who apparently believe in its genuine existence, while Arkham Sanitarium appears in contemporary conspiracy theories as alleged government facility for containing individuals whose cosmic awareness threatens social stability and official reality maintenance. The fictional institution's detailed description across multiple Lovecraft stories created comprehensive portrait of academic environment, complete with specific faculty members, library holdings, geographical location, and historical development that rivals actual university documentation in apparent thoroughness and institutional authenticity. Internet culture has amplified this confusion through sophisticated hoax websites that present Miskatonic University as legitimate educational institution offering courses in forbidden archaeology, comparative mythology, and cosmic anthropology, while maintaining academic credibility through deployment of conventional university administrative apparatus and scholarly presentation. Urban explorers and paranormal investigators regularly visit Arkham, Massachusetts, seeking evidence of the fictional university and sanitarium, while local residents report increased tourism from individuals attempting to locate buildings and landmarks that exist only in literary imagination, yet achieve apparent geographical reality through systematic literary description and cultural appropriation. The phenomenon reflects broader contemporary confusion about institutional authority and information verification in digital culture, where apparent academic legitimacy can be constructed through careful deployment of scholarly apparatus without institutional validation or peer review. Government conspiracy theories frequently incorporate Arkham Sanitarium as supposed facility, where intelligence agencies contain individuals whose cosmic knowledge threatens official reality narratives, suggesting that fictional frameworks provide conceptual vocabulary for organizing paranoid suspicions about information suppression and reality control. We must pause here to recognize how these institutional hoaxes demonstrate contemporary culture's sophisticated capacity for creating alternative truth frameworks that compete with official institutions through deployment of recognizable authority markers and systematic pseudo-scholarly authentication. Internet creepypasta and digital horror fiction have appropriated Lovecraftian themes and methodologies to create viral fictional phenomena that achieve cultural authority through democratic participation and collaborative authentication rather than traditional literary or academic validation, demonstrating how cosmic horror techniques translate effectively to digital communication environments that blur boundaries between fiction and reality through collective creative participation. The SCP Foundation represents sophisticated evolution of Lovecraft's fictional documentation methodology, creating collaborative online archive of anomalous entities and phenomena that achieves apparent institutional authenticity through systematic deployment of scientific terminology, bureaucratic language, and cross-referential validation across hundreds of contributing writers. Individual SCP entries maintain clinical objectivity while describing impossible phenomena, creating psychological conditions where readers encounter cosmic horror through apparently rational administrative documentation that suggests vast hidden bureaucracy devoted to containing realities too dangerous for public acknowledgement. The collaborative nature creates authentication effects where multiple independent contributions support consistent fictional universe through systematic cross-referencing and institutional coherence, while the wiki format allows democratic participation in mythology development that operates according to community standards rather than individual artistic vision. Slender Man and similar digital folklore phenomena demonstrate how Lovecraftian techniques for creating false historical documentation can spread virally through social media platforms, achieving cultural influence through collaborative fictional archaeology rather than traditional publishing or media distribution. These digital phenomena blur boundaries between entertainment and belief through community participation that encourages emotional investment in fictional frameworks while maintaining ironic distance that protects participants from accusations of genuine supernatural belief. The viral transmission creates psychological conditions where fictional entities achieve apparent reality through cultural attention and collaborative development, suggesting that contemporary digital culture provides optimal environment for Lovecraftian mythology creation through democratic rather than authoritative cultural validation. The psychology of believers who persistently seek evidence for Lovecraftian entities and locations, despite widespread knowledge of their fictional origins, reveals profound cultural hunger for alternative reality frameworks that provide meaning and identity formation unavailable through conventional religious and academic institutions that fail to address contemporary existential anxieties about cosmic significance and cultural authenticity. UFO and cryptid communities have extensively appropriated Lovecraftian imagery and conceptual frameworks, interpreting contemporary paranormal encounters through cosmic horror vocabulary that provides sophisticated theoretical foundation for understanding anomalous experiences as evidence of ongoing cosmic conflict and hidden reality maintenance by governmental and academic authorities. The Mothman phenomenon in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, regularly receives interpretation through Lovecraftian frameworks that identify the entity as a manifestation of cosmic forces similar to Nyarlathotep or other herald entities, while Bigfoot encounters increasingly incorporate themes of ancient terrestrial civilizations and non-human intelligence that predate human cultural development. Conspiracy theory communities have adopted Lovecraftian themes about institutional reality suppression and dangerous knowledge containment as explanatory frameworks for understanding governmental secrecy and academic orthodoxy, as systematic efforts to prevent public recognition of cosmic realities that would threaten social stability and individual psychological welfare. The appeal operates through provision of sophisticated intellectual frameworks that validate personal anomalous experience while challenging official reality narratives through deployment of apparently scholarly analysis and empirical evidence. These communities demonstrate how fictional philosophical frameworks can achieve practical cultural function by providing meaning structures and identity formation opportunities for individuals whose personal experience conflicts with official reality narratives supported by conventional institutional authority. The phenomenon suggests that contemporary culture requires alternative knowledge frameworks that acknowledge cosmic mystery and individual agency while maintaining intellectual sophistication and empirical grounding unavailable through traditional religious institutions, yet absent from secular academic and scientific culture. Academic hoaxes and the deliberate blurring of scholarship and fiction in postmodern culture have created intellectual conditions where Lovecraftian techniques for false documentation achieve particular relevance as methodology for investigating relationships between truth claims and institutional authority within democratic information environments that lack traditional gatekeeping mechanisms. The Sokal affair and similar academic hoaxes demonstrated how apparently rigorous scholarly apparatus could legitimize nonsensical claims within institutional academic frameworks, while postmodern literary theories' emphasis on textual construction of reality provided theoretical justification for treating fictional and factual narratives as equally valid approaches to knowledge creation and cultural meaning formation. Digital humanities projects have employed Lovecraftian false documentation techniques as experimental methodology for investigating how historical narratives achieve authority through systematic deployment of empirical evidence and scholarly authentication, creating intentionally fictional historical projects that examine actual processes by which cultural truth claims achieve acceptance through peer validation and institutional endorsement. The phenomenon reflects broader contemporary skepticism about institutional authority and empirical truth, claims that characterizes postmodern democratic culture's approach to knowledge validation and cultural authority, suggesting that fictional frameworks like Lovecraft's cosmic mythology provide useful conceptual tools for understanding how truth and meaning operate within contemporary information environments. Creative nonfiction and documentary film have increasingly employed Lovecraftian ambiguity techniques that blur boundaries between factual reporting and fictional speculation, creating hybrid forms of cultural analysis that acknowledge uncertainty and interpretive complexity while maintaining engagement with empirical evidence and logical analysis. These developments suggest that Lovecraft's literary methodology may prove prophetic of broader cultural trends toward epistemological pluralism and democratic truth formation that challenges traditional academic authority while maintaining commitment to intellectual rigor and empirical investigation through alternative frameworks that acknowledge rather than suppress cosmic mystery and interpretive complexity. The role of ambiguity in contemporary information culture demonstrates how Lovecraftian techniques for maintaining uncertainty and preventing definitive closure achieve particular cultural relevance within digital communication environments that enable rapid information transmission, while making verification and source evaluation increasingly difficult for general audiences lacking specialized expertise. Social media platforms create conditions where fictional and factual information achieve comparable viral transmission through emotional appeal and community validation rather than institutional authority or empirical verification, suggesting that contemporary culture requires new methodologies for distinguishing between reliable and unreliable information sources while acknowledging legitimate limits of official knowledge and institutional expertise. The persistence of Lovecraftian urban legends, despite widespread knowledge of their fictional origins, demonstrates how contemporary culture has developed sophisticated capacity for maintaining multiple simultaneous truth frameworks that serve different psychological and social functions without requiring definitive resolution of logical contradictions or empirical conflicts between alternative explanatory systems. This cultural development suggests fundamental transformation in how democratic societies process information and establish truth claims, with traditional institutional authority losing influence relative to community validation and personal experience, while fictional frameworks gain practical cultural function through ability to organize meaning and identity formation around shared symbolic systems rather than empirical accuracy or logical consistency. We must recognize how this epistemological transformation creates cultural conditions where Lovecraftian cosmic horror achieves enhanced relevance as artistic methodology for investigating contemporary relationships between knowledge, meaning, and social organization within information environments that exceed individual cognitive capacity for meaningful evaluation while demanding practical decision-making and cultural participation that affects personal welfare and collective social development. The challenge of visualizing the unvisualizable in film adaptations reveals fundamental tension between Lovecraft's literary methodology, which achieves psychological impact through systematic refusal to provide definitive descriptions, and cinematic requirements for concrete visual representation that necessarily transforms suggestive cosmic horror into conventional monster entertainment or abstract art film aesthetics. Early film attempts like The Dunwich Horror, 1970, and The Resurrected, 1991, demonstrate how literal translation of Lovecraftian entities into practical effects or creature design inevitably diminishes their psychological impact by providing specific visual information that allows comfortable categorization within familiar horror movie conventions rather than maintaining cognitive uncertainty essential to cosmic horror's philosophical effectiveness. The most successful cinematic approaches, including John Carpenter's The Thing, 1982, and In the Mouth of Madness, 1995, avoid direct adaptation while employing Lovecraftian techniques of reality breakdown and identity dissolution to create psychological conditions comparable to literary cosmic horror without attempting visual representation of specific mythological elements. Recent films like Color Out of Space, 2019, and The Lighthouse, 2019, demonstrate sophisticated understanding of how cinematic technique can evoke cosmic horror through environmental distortion, psychological disintegration, and temporal confusion rather than creature effects or explicit supernatural manifestation. The medium's inherent materialism, its dependence upon photographed reality and visual representation, conflicts fundamentally with cosmic horror's emphasis on mental states and philosophical concepts that resist visual embodiment while remaining psychologically active through suggestion and implication. Contemporary horror cinema has increasingly abandoned direct Lovecraftian adaptation in favor of cosmic horror approaches that employ atmospheric techniques and conceptual frameworks derived from Lovecraftian insights while developing original mythologies suited to visual storytelling rather than literary suggestion. Consider this carefully. Successful cinematic cosmic horror emerges when filmmakers understand that Lovecraft's philosophical insights about consciousness limitation and cosmic indifference can be explored through cinematic methodology without requiring literal translation of specific literary content or mythological elements that lose effectiveness when subjected to visual specification. Video games have achieved perhaps the most successful translation of Lovecraftian themes through interactive mechanics that allow players to experience psychological breakdown and knowledge acquisition as gameplay systems rather than narrative exposition, creating direct experiential engagement with cosmic horror's central concerns about the relationship between investigation and madness. Call of Cthulhu, Dark Corners of the Earth, 2005, employs sanity mechanics where prolonged investigation of cosmic phenomena produces progressive psychological deterioration that affects player control and perception, forcing direct experience of how cosmic knowledge undermines rational functionality, rather than merely describing such breakdown through narrative text. The Amnesia series demonstrates how interactive environment design can evoke cosmic horror through architectural impossibility and reality distortion that players must navigate directly, creating psychological conditions where spatial disorientation and identity uncertainty become immediate gameplay challenges rather than abstract literary themes. Role-playing games, particularly the tabletop Call of Cthulhu system developed by Sandy Peterson, provide systematic exploration of cosmic horror psychology through mechanical frameworks that translate Lovecraftian insights about knowledge, madness, and cosmic encounter into practical decision-making systems that force players to confront trade-offs between safety and understanding. The investigative gameplay loop, gathering information while managing psychological stability, creates direct experiential analog to Lovecraft's scholarly protagonists who pursue dangerous knowledge despite mounting evidence of its destructive psychological effects. Modern video games like The Sinking City and World of Horror employ procedural generation and non-linear narrative structure to create gaming experiences that mirror cosmic horror's emphasis on fragmented revelation and interpretive uncertainty, allowing players to construct meaning from incomplete information while acknowledging multiple possible explanations for encountered phenomena. We must pause here to recognize how interactive media provides unique advantages for exploring cosmic horror themes by allowing direct experiential engagement with psychological states and decision-making processes that remain necessarily abstract in literary representation, creating opportunities for artistic investigation of consciousness and choice that exceed what passive consumption media can achieve. Heavy metal and ambient music have extensively appropriated cosmic horror aesthetics and conceptual frameworks to create sonic environments that evoke psychological states comparable to literary cosmic horror through auditory rather than narrative means, demonstrating how musical abstraction can achieve emotional effects comparable to Lovecraft's linguistic techniques while remaining independent of specific mythological content or literary reference. Bands like Portal, Sun O, and Blut aus Nord employ extreme musical techniques, atonal harmonies, extended drone passages, incomprehensible vocals to create listening experiences that challenge conventional musical categories while evoking psychological conditions associated with cosmic encounter and reality breakdown. The genre conventions of atmospheric black metal and dark ambient music provide established aesthetic frameworks for exploring cosmic themes through sound design that emphasizes vastness, emptiness, and psychological disorientation rather than conventional musical entertainment or emotional catharsis. Funeral doom and drone metal subgenres employ temporal distortion through extended song structures and minimal harmonic development to create musical analogues to cosmic horror's exploration of deep time and geological insignificance, forcing listeners to confront extended durations that challenge normal attention spans while evoking sense of cosmic scale. Electronic music producers working in dark ambient and industrial noise genres have developed sophisticated techniques for creating sonic environments that suggest non-human intelligence and alternative reality organization through systematic avoidance of familiar musical patterns and conventional harmonic relationships. The most successful musical cosmic horror emerges when composers understand that Lovecraftian insights about consciousness limitation and cosmic alienness can be explored through purely auditory means without requiring lyrical reference to specific mythological elements or literary content that may diminish rather than enhance musical effectiveness. These musical developments demonstrate how abstract artistic media can achieve psychological effects comparable to literary cosmic horror through medium-specific techniques that explore similar philosophical themes while remaining independent of narrative content or visual representation. Different media emphases reveal how various artistic forms highlight distinctive aspects of Lovecraftian themes while necessarily transforming original philosophical concerns through medium-specific requirements and audience expectations that favor certain types of engagement over others. Film's emphasis on visual spectacle tends to privilege cosmic horror's monster elements over its epistemological concerns, while gaming's interactive requirements favor mechanical systems over atmospheric suggestion, and music's abstract nature emphasizes emotional response over intellectual investigation. Television series like True Detective Season 1 and Lovecraft Country employ cosmic horror imagery and conceptual frameworks as background elements supporting conventional crime drama and social commentary rather than systematic exploration of cosmic indifference and consciousness limitation that characterizes original literary achievement. Comic books and graphic novels have developed distinctive visual languages for representing impossible geometry and non-Euclidean architecture through artistic techniques that acknowledge rather than attempt to resolve visual paradox, creating successful adaptations that maintain conceptual effectiveness while providing concrete visual experience. The medium diversity creates cultural conditions where Lovecraftian themes achieve broader cultural influence through multiple simultaneous interpretations that serve different audience needs and artistic purposes while potentially diluting original philosophical focus through accommodation of mass entertainment requirements and commercial viability concerns. Each medium's transformation reveals both possibilities and limitations of adapting challenging intellectual content to different artistic forms that operate according to distinct aesthetic principles and audience expectations, while the cumulative cultural effect demonstrates remarkable persistence of cosmic horror's core insights across diverse creative contexts. This multimedia proliferation suggests that Lovecraftian themes address fundamental cultural anxieties and philosophical concerns that transcend specific artistic media, while requiring continuous reinterpretation and creative adaptation for contemporary cultural relevance. The commercialization of cosmic dread through mass entertainment industries creates fundamental tension between Lovecraft's artistic methodology, which achieves effectiveness through philosophical challenge and psychological discomfort, and commercial requirements for audience satisfaction and repeated consumption that favor familiar entertainment patterns over genuinely disturbing artistic investigation. Horror entertainment industries have systematically transformed cosmic horror's emphasis on human insignificance and knowledge as potentially destructive force into conventional monster movie formulas that provide cathartic resolution and heroic triumph rather than philosophical challenge or existential uncertainty. The merchandising of Lovecraftian imagery, plush Cthulhu toys, decorative Necronomicons, themed board games, demonstrates how commercial culture domesticates challenging artistic content through transformation into consumer products that preserve surface aesthetic elements while eliminating philosophical content that makes such imagery psychologically effective. Streaming platforms and mass media distribution create economic pressures that favor accessible entertainment over challenging artistic content, leading to systematic simplification of cosmic horror themes through adaptation processes that prioritize audience comfort over intellectual rigor or psychological difficulty. The commercial success of simplified Lovecraftian elements creates feedback loops where creators emphasize recognizable mythological content rather than challenging philosophical themes, progressively diluting original artistic vision through market-driven creative development that serves commercial viability rather than artistic integrity. Modern entertainment marketing frequently employs cosmic horror, imagery, and terminology as aesthetic branding for products that lack genuine engagement with underlying philosophical concerns, creating cultural conditions where Lovecraftian symbols function primarily as nostalgic references rather than vehicles for serious artistic or intellectual investigation. We must recognize how these commercial influences demonstrate broader cultural processes by which challenging artistic material becomes transformed through institutional appropriation that serves market needs while potentially obscuring original creative achievements and philosophical insights that resist easy commercial exploitation or mass cultural consumption patterns. Contemporary adaptations reveal persistent cultural struggle between preserving Lovecraft's philosophical insights and adapting cosmic horror themes to modern artistic contexts that operate according to different cultural assumptions and creative methodologies, while serving audiences whose relationship to cosmic anxiety and existential uncertainty may differ significantly from early 20th century intellectual conditions. Successful modern interpretations like Annihilation, Film 2018, and The Ritual 2017 demonstrate how cosmic horror principles can be applied to contemporary anxieties about environmental destruction, technological acceleration, and cultural transformation without requiring direct reference to Lovecraftian mythology or nostalgic reproduction of period-specific literary techniques. These adaptations suggest that cosmic horror's core insights about consciousness limitation, cosmic indifference, and the psychological dangers of ultimate knowledge remain culturally relevant when approached through contemporary artistic methodologies that address current cultural concerns rather than historical literary reproduction. The most effective contemporary cosmic horror emerges when creators understand that Lovecraft's artistic achievement lay in developing systematic literary methodology for investigating universal philosophical themes rather than creating specific mythological content requiring preservation through literal adaptation or faithful reproduction. Academic and artistic communities continue to debate whether successful cosmic horror adaptation requires fidelity to specific Lovecraftian content or philosophical approach, with different positions reflecting broader cultural questions about artistic legacy, cultural interpretation, and the relationship between historical, creative achievement and contemporary cultural needs. The ongoing creative engagement demonstrates remarkable persistence of cosmic horror's philosophical concerns across changing cultural contexts, while revealing how challenging artistic content can maintain relevance through continuous reinterpretation and creative adaptation rather than static preservation or nostalgic reproduction of historical artistic achievement. Academic literary criticism's elevation of Lovecraft, from pulp fiction writer to serious object of scholarly study, represents remarkable cultural transformation that demonstrates how challenging artistic content can achieve intellectual legitimacy through sustained critical analysis that reveals philosophical sophistication previously obscured by popular culture, dismissal, and genre categorization. Early academic engagement during the 1970s focused primarily on literary technique and influence studies, yet recent scholarship has increasingly recognized cosmic horror as serious philosophical investigation that anticipates contemporary theoretical concerns about consciousness, meaning, and reality construction within postmodern intellectual frameworks. S.T. Joshi's comprehensive biographical and textual scholarship established empirical foundation for serious Lovecraft studies, while Michel Houellebecq's critical essays argued for cosmic horror's relevance to contemporary existential conditions and philosophical inquiry. The development of Lovecraft studies as legitimate academic subdiscipline, complete with scholarly conferences, peer-reviewed publications, and university courses demonstrates how popular culture material can achieve academic respectability when critical analysis reveals intellectual complexity that transcends genre boundaries and commercial entertainment categories. Contemporary critical approaches employ theoretical frameworks from posthumanism, speculative realism, and new materialism to analyze Lovecraftian insights about non-human consciousness and cosmic reality that anticipate current philosophical investigations into consciousness, agency, and reality beyond anthropocentric categorical limitations. The academic legitimation creates cultural conditions where cosmic horror's philosophical insights achieve intellectual authority through scholarly validation, while potentially losing connection to original artistic methodology that derived effectiveness from popular culture accessibility rather than academic theoretical sophistication. Consider this carefully. The scholarly elevation simultaneously preserves and transforms Lovecraftian themes by subjecting them to analytical methodologies that may be inadequate for addressing artistic work designed to challenge rather than accommodate conventional intellectual categories and academic theoretical frameworks. Goth and metal subcultures have extensively adopted cosmic horror imagery and conceptual frameworks as aesthetic foundation for community identity formation that emphasizes alienation from mainstream cultural values while maintaining intellectual sophistication and aesthetic refinement unavailable through conventional youth rebellion or consumer culture participation. The visual aesthetics of these communities, elaborate Victorian, influenced fashion, cemetery, and occult imagery, emphasis on darkness and decay, provide concrete cultural expression for cosmic horror's themes about civilizational fragility and temporal insignificance, while creating social frameworks for shared meaning and identity formation around concepts of cosmic alienation and cultural marginality. Black metal scenes, particularly, have developed sophisticated engagement with cosmic horror philosophy through musical and visual aesthetics that explore themes of cosmic indifference, human insignificance, and traditional meaning. Structure breakdown, creating artistic communities that function as practical laboratories for investigating psychological and social implications of cosmic horror's philosophical insights. The subcultural appropriation demonstrates how challenging philosophical content can achieve practical cultural function through aesthetic transformation that provides community identity and meaning formation opportunities while maintaining intellectual engagement with original artistic themes. These communities develop alternative social frameworks that acknowledge cosmic meaninglessness while creating local meaning through shared aesthetic experience and cultural participation, suggesting practical approaches to living within cosmic horror's philosophical framework without succumbing to psychological breakdown or social alienation. The phenomenon reveals how subcultural communities can serve as cultural laboratories for experimenting with alternative approaches to meaning and identity formation that challenge mainstream cultural assumptions while providing psychological and social support for individuals whose worldview conflicts with conventional optimism and meaning structures. We must pause here to recognize how these subcultural appropriations demonstrate cosmic horror's practical relevance for contemporary cultural conditions, while revealing how challenging intellectual content can achieve social function through aesthetic community formation rather than individual scholarly investigation. New Age and occult communities' literal interpretation of fictional Lovecraftian concepts demonstrates fascinating cultural process by which literary imagination becomes practical, religious, and magical framework through selective appropriation that treats fictional mythology as genuine historical documentation and practical spiritual instruction. Contemporary chaos, magic practitioners have extensively incorporated Lovecraftian entities and concepts into ritual frameworks that treat cosmic horror imagery as effective psychological technology for achieving altered states of consciousness and practical magical results rather than literary entertainment or philosophical investigation. The Church of the Subgenius and similar parodic religious movements employ Lovecraftian cosmic indifference themes as foundation for alternative spiritual frameworks that acknowledge meaninglessness while creating ironic religious community around shared recognition of cosmic absurdity and institutional authority critique. Serious occult practitioners working with Necronomicon materials demonstrate how fictional magical systems can achieve practical psychological effectiveness through sustained ritual practice and community validation, regardless of historical authenticity or empirical foundation, suggesting that psychological and social functions of religious practice may be independent of factual accuracy or historical legitimacy. The phenomenon reflects broader contemporary spiritual searching within secular cultural contexts that lack traditional religious frameworks while requiring meaning structures and community identity that address existential anxieties about cosmic significance and individual purpose within apparently meaningless universe. These communities develop practical methodologies for engaging with cosmic horrors, philosophical insights, while maintaining psychological functionality and social cooperation through ritual practice and community participation that transforms potentially destructive cosmic awareness into manageable spiritual discipline. The literal interpretation creates cultural conditions where fictional philosophical frameworks achieve practical religious function through community adoption and sustained practice that demonstrates remarkable human capacity for creating meaning and social organization around shared symbolic systems, regardless of their empirical foundation or historical accuracy. Philosophy and critical theory's engagement with Lovecraftian themes of radical otherness and consciousness limitation has provided sophisticated theoretical frameworks for understanding cosmic horror as serious philosophical investigation that anticipates contemporary theoretical concerns about post-human consciousness, speculative realism, and alternative approaches to understanding reality beyond anthropocentric categorical limitations. Object-oriented ontology and speculative realism movements have identified Lovecraftian cosmic horror as literary exploration of philosophical themes that remain largely unexplored in conventional academic philosophy, particularly regarding non-human consciousness and reality organization beyond human categorical capacity for meaningful comprehension. Graham Harmon's analysis of Lovecraft's weird realism demonstrates how cosmic horror provides artistic methodology for investigating philosophical problems about consciousness and reality that exceed conventional theoretical approaches while maintaining intellectual rigor and logical consistency within alternative frameworks for understanding cosmic organization. Eugene Thacker's horror philosophy trilogy employs Lovecraftian insights about knowledge limitation and cosmic indifference as foundation for systematic investigation of contemporary technological and ecological conditions that exceed human categorical capacity for meaningful political or social response. The theoretical engagement reveals how cosmic horror's artistic methodology provides conceptual tools for addressing contemporary philosophical problems about consciousness, agency, and reality that conventional academic philosophy has difficulty approaching through traditional theoretical frameworks and analytical methodologies. French critical theory's engagement with cosmic horror through theorists like Jean-François Lyotard and Julia Kristeva demonstrates how Lovecraftian themes about meaning, breakdown, and reality construction connect to postmodern theoretical concerns about language, subjectivity, and cultural meaning formation within information societies that exceed individual cognitive capacity for meaningful navigation. These theoretical appropriations suggest that cosmic horror's philosophical insights may prove essential for developing adequate theoretical frameworks for understanding contemporary cultural and technological conditions that challenge conventional assumptions about human agency, consciousness, and social organization. Horror fandom's role in preserving and transmitting Lovecraftian cultural concepts demonstrates how democratic community participation can achieve cultural preservation and development functions traditionally performed by institutional, academic, and commercial publishing systems, while maintaining standards of creative quality and intellectual engagement comparable to professional cultural production. Fan conventions, amateur publishing, and online communities create institutional frameworks for sustained cultural engagement that operate through volunteer participation rather than commercial viability or academic credibility, allowing exploration of challenging artistic content without market constraints or institutional approval requirements. The development of small press publishing devoted to cosmic horror and weird fiction has created alternative cultural institutions that preserve and develop challenging artistic traditions while maintaining creative independence from commercial publishing industry pressures that favor accessibility over intellectual challenge or artistic innovation. Fandom communities have developed sophisticated critical analytical frameworks for understanding Lovecraftian themes that often demonstrate greater sensitivity to original philosophical intentions than professional academic criticism that approaches cosmic horror through conventional literary theoretical methodologies designed for different types of cultural material. The phenomenon demonstrates how passionate community engagement can achieve cultural preservation and development results that exceed what institutional systems accomplish, while creating social frameworks for shared meaning and identity formation around challenging intellectual content that resists easy commercial or academic appropriation. These communities serve essential cultural functions by maintaining alternative spaces for serious engagement with difficult artistic material while providing social support for individuals whose intellectual interests conflict with mainstream cultural preferences for accessible entertainment and comfortable meaning structures. We must recognize how horror fandom demonstrates practical approaches to democratic cultural preservation that acknowledge community agency and intellectual autonomy while maintaining standards of creative quality and critical engagement that rival professional institutional cultural production. Internet culture's democratization of both creation and interpretation has fundamentally transformed how Lovecraftian themes circulate and develop within contemporary culture, creating conditions where traditional gatekeeping institutions lose authority relative to community validation and collaborative meaning-making processes that operate through viral transmission rather than institutional endorsement. Wiki-based collaborative projects like the SCP Foundation demonstrate how digital platforms enable sophisticated collective creativity that employs Lovecraftian methodology for creating shared fictional universes through democratic participation rather than individual artistic authority, while maintaining creative standards through community self-regulation and peer review processes. Social media platforms create conditions where Lovecraftian memes and imagery achieve rapid cultural transmission through visual and textual forms that preserve essential philosophical insights while adapting to contemporary communication contexts and aesthetic preferences, suggesting remarkable persistence of cosmic horror's core themes across changing technological and cultural environments. The democratization enables global cultural participation in Lovecraftian mythology development while creating challenges for maintaining creative quality and philosophical coherence within collaborative frameworks that lack traditional institutional authority structures for establishing aesthetic standards and intellectual rigor. Digital communities have developed alternative approaches to cultural authority and meaning validation that operate through consensus building and collaborative authentication rather than expert credentialing or institutional approval, creating new models for cultural production that may prove more sustainable and inclusive than traditional academic and commercial systems. These developments suggest fundamental transformation in how democratic societies create and preserve cultural meaning through technological mediation that enables mass participation while requiring new approaches to quality control and intellectual development that maintain creative excellence without relying on institutional exclusion or expert authority that may be inadequate for addressing contemporary cultural conditions and community needs. The remarkable prescience of Lovecraftian cosmic horror in anticipating postmodern anxieties about meaning and truth reveals how systematic literary exploration of consciousness, limitation, and cosmic indifference has proven prophetic of contemporary cultural conditions characterized by information overload, institutional authority crisis, and widespread uncertainty about reliable knowledge sources within democratic information environments. Lovecraft's fictional exploration of how empirical methodology leads toward conclusions that exceed human categorical capacity anticipated postmodern philosophical insights about the constructed nature of reality and the relationship between language, consciousness, and truth, claims that characterize contemporary theoretical discourse. His systematic treatment of knowledge as potentially dangerous and consciousness as fundamentally limited by evolutionary constraints anticipated current debates about artificial intelligence, cognitive bias, and the relationship between human awareness and cosmic reality that exceed anthropocentric categorical frameworks. The breakdown of narrative coherence and identity stability that characterizes cosmic horror has proven remarkably relevant to postmodern cultural conditions where traditional meaning structures have lost authority, while technological acceleration creates psychological conditions comparable to those experienced by Lovecraft's scholarly protagonists, confronting realities beyond their capacity for meaningful comprehension. Contemporary digital culture's blurring of boundaries between fiction and reality through viral information transmission and collaborative meaning-making processes mirrors cosmic horror's exploration of how alternative truth frameworks can achieve cultural authority through systematic authentication rather than empirical verification or institutional endorsement. The psychological states explored in cosmic horror literature, reality uncertainty, identity fragmentation, temporal disorientation, have become widespread cultural phenomena within information societies that exceed individual cognitive capacity for meaningful navigation while demanding practical decision-making and cultural participation. Consider this carefully. Lovecraft's artistic investigation of consciousness, encountering realities too vast for psychological accommodation, has proven remarkably accurate as description of contemporary human condition within technological and social environments that operate according to principles largely unknown to individual conscious awareness while determining fundamental parameters of personal experience and cultural development. The relevance of cosmicism within contemporary contexts of climate change and technological acceleration demonstrates how Lovecraft's philosophical insights about human cosmic insignificance have achieved enhanced cultural significance as humanity confronts environmental and technological challenges that exceed conventional political and social frameworks for meaningful response. Climate science reveals planetary systems operating according to temporal and spatial scales that dwarf human experiential categories while demanding recognition through cumulative empirical evidence that challenges comfortable assumptions about human agency and control within natural systems that operate according to principles largely independent of human intention or cultural preference. The prospect of catastrophic climate change forces confrontation with cosmic indifference comparable to that explored in cosmic horror literature, where natural forces operate according to mathematical necessity rather than moral consideration, while human consciousness proves inadequate for meaningful psychological accommodation of such realities without fundamental transformation of basic assumptions about agency, meaning, and cultural organization. Technological acceleration creates conditions where artificial intelligence development and automation proceed according to logic of efficiency and capability enhancement rather than human welfare considerations, suggesting that technological evolution might operate according to principles comparable to cosmic forces in Lovecraft's fiction that transcend human categorical capacity while determining fundamental parameters of cultural and social development. Contemporary ecological crisis forces recognition that human civilization represents recent and possibly temporary phenomenon within planetary development processes that operate according to geological and biological principles, largely independent of human cultural preferences or individual psychological capacity for meaningful accommodation. The psychological impact of genuine confrontation with climate science and technological trajectory mirrors cosmic horror's exploration of how consciousness evolved for local terrestrial survival proves inadequate when confronting cosmic realities that exceed human temporal and spatial experiential categories while demanding practical response that exceeds current political and social institutional frameworks. We must pause here to recognize how contemporary environmental and technological conditions create psychological experiences comparable to those explored in cosmic horror literature, suggesting that Lovecraft's artistic methodology may provide essential conceptual tools for understanding and responding to current cultural challenges that exceed conventional frameworks for political action and social organization. The development of artificial intelligence and the prospect of genuinely alien intelligence forces confrontation with philosophical questions about consciousness and communication that Lovecraft systematically explored through fictional encounter between human awareness and cosmic entities operating according to principles fundamentally incommensurable with terrestrial categorical organization. Current AI development reveals how intelligence itself might manifest in forms so different from human cognitive organization that meaningful communication becomes impossible despite shared operation within logical frameworks, suggesting that consciousness might be fundamentally multiple rather than representing universal principle, connecting all thinking beings through shared rational capacity. Machine learning systems demonstrate capacity for pattern recognition and problem solving that exceeds human capability while operating according to principles largely unknown to human introspective awareness, creating technological conditions comparable to cosmic horror's exploration of intelligence that transcends human understanding while remaining logically coherent according to alternative organizational systems. The prospect of artificial general intelligence that exceeds human cognitive capacity forces recognition that human consciousness might represent merely one possible form of awareness among countless others, with technological development potentially producing forms of intelligence as alien to human consciousness as Lovecraft's cosmic entities, while maintaining material reality within terrestrial rather than cosmic contexts. Contemporary AI safety debates reveal anxiety about technological development that might proceed according to optimization principles fundamentally hostile to human welfare, while remaining logically consistent and practically effective, creating scenarios comparable to cosmic horror's exploration of intelligence that operates according to principles that threaten human consciousness, not through malevolence, but through fundamental incommensurability with human values and categorical frameworks. The philosophical implications of machine consciousness and potential superintelligence create contemporary versions of epistemic problems that Lovecraft explored through cosmic horror. How consciousness capable of recognizing its own limitations might respond to evidence of intelligence forms that exceed human categorical capacity while operating according to principles unknown to human introspective awareness. These technological developments suggest that cosmic horror's exploration of consciousness, limitation, and alien intelligence may prove essential preparation for cultural conditions where humanity must accommodate forms of intelligence that challenge fundamental assumptions about consciousness, communication, and cosmic organization. The psychological appeal of cosmic horror within secular scientific worldviews demonstrates how Lovecraftian themes address spiritual and existential needs that remain largely unaddressed by conventional scientific materialism and secular humanism, providing conceptual frameworks for confronting cosmic anxiety and existential uncertainty while maintaining intellectual rigor and empirical grounding. Scientific materialism's systematic elimination of traditional religious frameworks for meaning and cosmic significance creates cultural conditions where individuals must construct personal meaning structures without supernatural foundation or institutional spiritual guidance, leading to existential conditions comparable to those explored in cosmic horror literature, where consciousness confronts evidence of cosmic indifference while lacking adequate psychological frameworks for meaningful accommodation. Lovecraftian cosmic horror provides artistic methodology for investigating psychological and cultural implications of scientific worldview when applied consistently to questions of consciousness, meaning, and human cosmic significance, offering readers conceptual tools for confronting existential anxiety while maintaining intellectual honesty about cosmic conditions revealed by empirical investigation and logical analysis. The genre's emphasis on knowledge as potentially dangerous and consciousness as fundamentally limited appeals to audiences whose scientific education has eliminated comfortable illusions about human cosmic significance, while failing to provide adequate psychological frameworks for constructing meaningful existence within apparently meaningless universe. Contemporary secular culture's emphasis on individual autonomy and rational analysis creates psychological conditions where cosmic horrors, exploration of consciousness limitation, and cosmic indifference provides meaningful engagement with existential themes that resist comfortable resolution through conventional self-help psychology or consumer culture participation. The persistence of cosmic horror's cultural appeal suggests widespread cultural hunger for artistic and intellectual frameworks that acknowledge cosmic mystery and human limitation while maintaining commitment to empirical evidence and logical analysis rather than supernatural belief or traditional religious authority. We must recognize how cosmic horror serves essential cultural function by providing artistic space for exploring existential themes that remain largely unaddressed by contemporary secular institutions, while offering conceptual tools for constructing meaning and identity within cosmic contexts that exceed human categorical capacity for comfortable accommodation. How concepts of deep time and cosmic insignificance affect contemporary consciousness reveals fundamental transformation in human temporal awareness that creates psychological conditions comparable to those explored in cosmic horror literature, where consciousness evolved for immediate practical navigation confronts evidence of temporal scales that exceed meaningful psychological accommodation. Geological and astronomical discoveries that reveal Earth's 4.6 billion year history and universe's 13.8 billion year development create temporal perspective where human civilization appears as recent and possibly temporary phenomenon within cosmic development processes that operate according to principles largely independent of human cultural preferences or individual psychological capacity for meaningful comprehension. The psychological impact of genuine temporal perspective forces recognition that individual consciousness, evolved to operate within spans measured in decades, cannot adequately comprehend temporal scales where species emerge and become extinct. Stellar systems form and dissipate, and entire galaxies evolve according to physical laws governing energy distribution and matter organization across cosmic time periods. Contemporary scientific education regularly exposes individuals to temporal concepts that exceed human experiential categories while demanding intellectual accommodation through abstract mathematical frameworks that remain largely disconnected from emotional and practical psychological integration within frameworks for personal meaning and cultural participation. The democratization of scientific knowledge about cosmic scale and temporal development creates cultural conditions where large populations must psychologically accommodate evidence of human cosmic insignificance while maintaining functional existence within social and cultural frameworks designed for terrestrial rather than cosmic awareness. Digital technology's capacity for rapid information transmission ensures widespread exposure to cosmic scale concepts while providing inadequate frameworks for psychological integration of such knowledge within practical frameworks for personal meaning, construction, and social participation that acknowledge, rather than deny cosmic temporal perspective. This temporal awareness creates contemporary cultural conditions where cosmic horror's artistic exploration of consciousness confronting realities too vast for psychological accommodation becomes directly relevant to ordinary educational and cultural experience rather than specialized philosophical or artistic investigation. The enduring human need for mystery within supposedly transparent information societies demonstrates how Lovecraftian themes about hidden knowledge and reality layers provide essential psychological and cultural functions that resist elimination through technological advancement or institutional rationalization, suggesting fundamental aspects of human consciousness that require conceptual frameworks, acknowledging limitation and uncertainty, rather than comprehensive knowledge and control. Contemporary information technology creates apparent transparency and democratic access to vast knowledge databases while simultaneously revealing the inadequacy of individual cognitive capacity for meaningful processing and integration of available information within coherent frameworks for understanding and practical decision-making. The proliferation of information sources and analytical frameworks creates conditions where uncertainty increases rather than decreases despite enhanced access to empirical data and expert analysis, suggesting that comprehensive knowledge might be psychologically and practically impossible, rather than merely technically difficult to achieve. Lovecraftian exploration of knowledge as potentially dangerous and consciousness as fundamentally limited provides conceptual tools for understanding contemporary information environments that exceed individual cognitive capacity while demanding practical navigation and cultural participation within complex systems that operate according to principles largely unknown to conscious awareness. The persistence of conspiracy theories, alternative knowledge frameworks, and spiritual seeking within highly educated secular populations suggests continued cultural need for meaning structures that acknowledge mystery and limitation while providing frameworks for identity formation and practical orientation that transcend purely rational analysis and empirical verification. Contemporary digital culture's capacity for creating viral alternative truth frameworks demonstrates how human consciousness continues to require conceptual systems that acknowledge hidden dimensions of reality while providing psychological frameworks for meaningful existence within cosmic contexts that exceed rational comprehension. We must recognize how this continued need for mystery and alternative knowledge frameworks suggests that Lovecraftian cosmic horror addresses fundamental aspects of human consciousness that remain relevant regardless of technological advancement or cultural rationalization, providing artistic methodology for investigating relationships between knowledge, meaning, and psychological functionality within contemporary conditions that exceed individual cognitive capacity for comprehensive understanding while requiring practical decision-making and cultural participation that affects personal welfare and collective social development.